to moderate this session, to learn not just for myself, but to help disseminate and share the wonderful, very lucrative opportunities that do exist in Jamaica land we love. I think it is information that we all need, and we need it now. So before we start, let's begin with a prayer by Mr. Kevin Powell, the E-Campus Principal at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Mr. Powell?
Thank you, Nicole. Let us pray. Lord Jesus, we thank you this afternoon for your grace and your mercies and your blessing. Lord, as we're about to impart knowledge unto the public, we ask that your guidance be on the proceedings of the word to sow seeds of righteousness and goodwill. And so today, as we learn about investment and we can see the benefits to our country, our society, and our own personal lives, we ask that your blessings follow the proceedings today as we go from day to day, from strength to strength, learning how to grow wealth, not just for ourselves, but for our country. Bless us, we pray, and may many other blessings follow us. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Thank you so much, Mr. Powell. I would like to formally welcome our Consul General to New York, Miss Alcyon Wilson. I don't know if I know someone more passionate about Jamaica, tireless advocate, and those of you who have seen her at work knows just how authentic and deep her love for Jamaica goes. And I think we'll all agree she has been doing an exceptional job in really representing what is best about Jamaica. And we know there are so many things about Jamaica that are truly awesome, many of which we'll discuss today. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome formally Mrs. Marlene Street Forrest, the Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I will also be introducing individually our very exceptional speakers today who are going to share a wealth of information that will empower us to empower everyone, our audience here, those who are in the diaspora, those who are not, just well-wishers of Jamaica, those who would seek to invest, empower them with the information that's necessary to really find their way and maximize the many, many opportunities that redound here in Jamaica in our market. So on that note, I would like to welcome Mrs. Marlene Street Forrest, the Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, to give remarks. I'm sure we would have all seen the incredible work that she's done and just what the Jamaica Stock Exchange has been able to do and grow under her stewardship. So I'd like to welcome her right now to give remarks. Mrs. Street Forrest?
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. I'd like to give my quote of welcome to Consul General of Jamaica, New York, Mrs. Alcyon Wilson, as you said, the hard-working Consul General, and Mr. Kevin Powell, our Principal, E-Campus, Dr. Michael Papawanu, the Expert Advisor from the IMF, Mr. Rafael Molina, Managing Director, New State Partners, Mr. Gabriel Heron, Vice President, JAMPRO, Mr. Gregory Fisher, Managing Director, Head of EM, Fixed Income Wealth Division from Jefferies, Mr. Vernon James, CEO of Link, Ms. Nora Blake, Manager, Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, and Mrs. Denise Marshall-Miller, Senior Manager, Bond Equity and Digital Asset Trading from VM Wealth Management. I had to give that quote of welcome to all these participants, given the fact that we are here discussing such what is vital to the Jamaica and the diaspora and those all over the world. And I'm going to just, at this point, take you through a few slides that will provide you. I know yesterday we spoke about the stock exchange and the market, but just to provide you holistically what we do and a few statistics, information on the market. Okay, so you know, it is important when we look at the Jamaica Stock Exchange and we are speaking about investing in the market, that we understand who we are. Why are you confident in investing in the stock market? Because this is monies that will be put here, and you need to know what we do. So we have two subsidiaries, the Jamaica Stock Exchange itself, but then there are two subsidiaries, the Jamaica Central Securities Depository and also the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Very important, because what we do at the stock exchange, understanding our vision, we believe that we must be holistic in our views in terms of the capital market. Capital market is not just about the buying and selling of shares, but how do you ensure proper settlement of that? So the stock exchange vision is to touch every transaction across the market. And that includes the very, very important aspect of the social issues, social capital. So we do have the social stock exchange as well. And as you know, what we do is almost all electronic, moving into the digital age and keeping up with all the changes in technology. We have over 140 listed securities on multiple markets. So we have a main market, we have a junior market, we have a US denominated market, and we have bond market, because we recognize that one size doesn't fit all. Persons need to have a diversified portfolio, and within the market, one can diversify. And we look at what is important to Jamaica, what is important to the investing public, so as to create that market for them. As a result of that, too, we have several indices, and the indices pretty much track the market. So we have the junior market index, we have a combined index, we have a main market index, we have a bond market index, and those are combined so that one can see the performance. And the indices really just show the performance from one day to another of the stock markets, the market. Important to understanding the confidence of this market is the fact that we look at training. And it is really not only training internally, but training across the market, the financial sector. Our listed companies, we provide training for them. Our investors, we provide training for them. The member dealers, we provide. So, and this training is continuing professional education and starting from the ABCs of listing on the securities market. The fact is, even what we do now is one of the process to ensure that when you come to invest in the Jamaica Stock Exchange, or companies, let me put it that way, you are not investing in companies on an institution that is not grounded in terms of what is necessary to keep it alive. The company is the Jamaica Stock Exchange is demutualized. So while I will not talk about how the company itself is performing, which is performing well, but we are not soliciting. The company is demutualized, and why we took that decision is to just ensure that there is confidence in the market, that we transparency, we separate the regulatory arm from the commercial arm. I heard Ferry speaking about it last evening, and so that one knows that the decisions that we take are independent regarding or listed companies or member dealers are independent decisions made in respect to our rules that is where the decision would be grounded. We are regulated by the Financial Services Commission. We are also a self-regulatory organization, hence the Regulatory and Market Oversight Division. We have stood the test of time despite a pandemic. And I am just very grateful that based on our operations, we could pivot. We use that word now often. We could pivot during this process. And despite the fact that our market went down, and it primarily went down because of uncertainty, we can say that we never missed a day of operation. And we can also say that persons who decided that it's better I'd come out some, we now know that some of these we would train a little bit more because they're, the misunderstanding of what happens in the market and understanding that it is for the long run. The size of our market is 13.6 billion, and this has grown since the beginning of the year. In terms of just a Jamaican dollar standpoint, is $2.1 trillion, and up from 1.9 trillion at the end of the year. So the market is moving. Nowhere almost that you can look, you will see a return of 17% per annum. Annual return of 17% over the last 5 years. And that is what is offered to the market based on the companies that are listed. And significantly, our capital raise. We love to talk about the fact that every initial public offering that has been put on this market for the last 10 years, everyone has been oversubscribed. Now, the capital raise over the last 5 years is US 955. And really what it translates to is the confidence in the market, the confidence in the companies that are listed on the market, the fact that we have seen that these companies have responded to investors' suggestion, but they also have responded to the need that they must work in order to provide the return on investment. And these companies have been doing well. We span several sectors of the economy: tourism, entertainment, conglomerate, manufacturing, education. So all aspects, it is their finance, social sector, technology, real estate, energy. And we find that we are getting more of these sectors given the fact that the market is responding to every type of company that wants to come to market. So within the culture and artistic area, we are seeing interest in that. So, entertainment, we are seeing that as well. So the fact is that our market, it is important to note as investors that the market is on an upward trajectory. It is growing. And we have this, it's evidence of this. The market performance 2020 to 21 versus 2020. In red is the junior market. What I want to bring out in this slide is that in the junior market, you can see more resilience than the main market. So if you look at 2020, you will see that the volume traded was 2.2 billion, and in 2021, 2.4. But you can see the difference between that and the main market, that there is more movements. And that is because the junior market companies, and it's the same with the value traded, the junior market companies tend to be the growth companies. And, just speaking about that, the index, the performance of the market for junior market at the end of 2021 was somewhere 29 point some percent. Now, this is good performance in a pandemic period. So here we have the performance of the main index and the junior market index. But in both markets, you will see that in 2021, there is uptick. And so far in 2022, there is some uptick in the markets as well. I spoke about the fact that the market is well regulated. And I also spoke about the fact that we go digital. Online trading platform is particularly important in this forum, given the fact that what we are trying, I'll just go back a little to one diaspora conference where a person said, we want to do it ourselves. We want to be able to be anywhere in the world and trade on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And on that basis, we came back and we said, well, we are going to be doing online trading for the diasporans. That was our intent. Not that we were keeping out any other, but we said for the diasporans. And we went ahead and we launched this platform. What we have found is that it is just for everyone. But I have also seen, because we are tracking it, that the persons in the diaspora, they are not taking as much advantage of the online trading platform, which was initially suggested by you. And we went and we ensured that it was put in place for you. So we are going to say to you, look, the online trading platform is there, take advantage of it. It was good that it was there because in the pandemic, most persons gravitated to the online trading platform naturally. And we spoke about the return on investment settlement. We are consistent with global standards, where settlement in the United States, in Canada, and other places around the world is trading, that trading day +2. And that is when you get your settlement, your fund settlement. And as it moves, we are in a position based on our technology to move again with it. So if it is T+1 or if it's even T, we can do it. We have no foreign currency restriction. Obviously, every country will try to guard their foreign exchange, but in law, we have no foreign currency restriction and there's no capital gains tax. So the appreciations on any one of the market, but let us say the junior market, which is 29%, if you go from $1 to 1.29 and decide that you are going to sell those securities, in Jamaica, there is no capital gain tax. That is not taxed. It is only taxed if you are in the business of trading, in the business, meaning like a broker, etc. What is the opportunities that are available in the market? Obviously, capital raising. So, and in this we talk about the companies that we encourage on a daily basis. That's our job, to come to market, to raise capital, to list, so that while we grow the market, it assists. While we talk about CXN, which is Caribbean Exchange Network, but with that put aside, if we grow the market further, there is greater liquidity because people will not buy and hold as much as they do when there are fewer companies that are listed on the market. So currently we have 98 companies that are listed on the market, representing 145 securities across those markets. For the junior market, I think we have 45 companies pushing and seeking to go to 100. And that is good for investors. That's good for you because now you have more choice. Then we track global standards. You know, the regulatory requirements here are similar to those of in the United States, similar to those in Canada. And we seek at all times to expand. And the expansion might not be merger or acquisition in a market, but in terms of collaborating with the other markets. And another opportunity is that while there's a tax on dividend, which is 15% tax on dividend, there is no restriction to your taking your dividend from Jamaica to where you may abide. One of the things that we do, and in terms of our visioning and in terms of how we really operate, is that of partnerships with the private sector, partnerships with government. Hence, we could have gotten all the tax concessions that we have gotten on the junior market. As you probably are aware, some of the growth that you see in the junior market is that these corporate companies pay no tax in the first 5 years, and then in the next 5 they pay 50% of the prevailing rate. What it does is to allow the companies to plow back and to assist in that growth path. And that is good. That is good for an investor to know, because then it shows itself in the price of those shares. So we partner with government, we have global partnerships, we partner with Consulate General, we partner so that we send the message across and we become sustainable as an exchange. There are several things that we are going to be working on. We do things based on a specific planning process, and so that we look at the risks and what we can do to mitigate many of the risks before we launch on anything that we are doing. We do have the ETFs now. We are going to be looking at short selling, so we do the long side of a trade now, but we will be looking on short selling to see what benefits it will have for investors in the market. And we are working with the government also in terms of listing its bonds. Just to say, we focus squarely on ensuring that when you invest in this market, you understand what you are investing in. So there is market education programs at all levels. High school, the stock market game. College, we have the stock market game. We do workplace one-on-one company, going to companies with the message of investing in the stock market, investing in companies. You don't have the time to go and put a company together for yourself, but these are companies that are well run. Governance is strong in them. We monitor before listing, at listing, post-listing requirements, and we give that message. We tell persons what to expect. We do our church groups, civic groups, and public forums. We have just recently our investment conference, capital markets investment conference, an international conference that has been backed by Jeffries and NCB for years, understanding that it does do what it has to do in terms of making people know more about the market, understand more about the market. But my exhortation to you today is really that you should have confidence in what is yours. The Jamaica Stock Exchange, ably operated by a team of persons who are committed to providing service to you when you invest in securities that are listed, easily accessible, and so that you have peace of mind. Some of those remittances that you send now, you could carve out a piece and invest in these companies that are listed on the market. I do not want to close until I say I know Ms. Nora will be speaking about the social stock exchange, but we have to consider the entire ecosystem. Social drives business, business drives social, etc. So in doing this, we do have the social stock exchange, which we want you to be familiar with and to understand the causes for which we are pushing. Environment, social, and governance is what we stand for, good ones. Have a good evening, everyone, and I hope that you'll continue to participate and enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Street Forest. I could definitely hear that passion in your voice. I am sure that everyone else could hear it too. Under your stewardship, the Jamaica Stock Exchange has really made so many strides. And I can tell you from personal experience, just in my experience with high school students, I've had so many of them learn about the market through that Jamaica Stock Exchange high school competition. So I can assure you that it's definitely making a difference in terms of our young people. Two of the things that stood out for me was one, that every IPO has been oversubscribed on the market, which is really huge. And then the average return of 17%. Now, if everybody is checking what they're getting on like fixed deposits and all these other investments, 17% is nothing to scoff at. That's huge. So thank you so much for sharing those highlights. I do want to just reiterate use of the online platform created for the use of the diaspora. I just want to encourage everyone listening here today, share with your friends. We want to really use that platform because it was created to really ease the ability of members of our diaspora to engage and invest and help to grow Jamaica from whichever part of the world they're in. So thank you so much for your passion and dedication, Mrs. Street Forest. I know that it has certainly benefited the development of Jamaica and so many investors who have not only had profits, but also learned so much. I definitely noted your emphasis on the education, which I think is so important as I educate for myself. So thank you so very much. We are blessed to have you. Now, yesterday, we heard from a slew of really excellent, knowledgeable presenters. Over 200 people tuned in online, and we can promise you a lot of winning today and a lot of great knowledge. And we're going to really kick it off with Dr. Michael Papiano, who is an expert advisor at the IMF, visiting scholar and professor at the Business School, Drexel University. He holds a PhD from the University of Pennsylvania and a master's from Georgetown University, and has published extensively on international finance. I'm really looking forward to learning myself. He is going to talk to us about sovereign debt and risks to refinancing. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Papiano, and sharing your knowledge with us. Dr. Papiano, I'm not hearing your audio.
Yes, I just unmuted. I thank you very much, first the organizers, and also you for the introduction, both Madame Street Forest and you, Miss McLaren Campbell, for the introduction. I am very glad to be here and also share some of the views from the international perspective of the markets that they are working at the moment, they are functioning at the moment. Now, Madame Street Forest gave us a comprehensive overview of the structure, the performance, and the vision of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And that is quite an impressive also performance. Now, for the performance and the operations of every stock market, of course, the domestic environment and the international environment, they play a critical role. And from me, you are going to be hearing the international environment and how this environment, it affects the performance of the economies and therefore the performance of their stock markets. Now, thank you. Now, in my presentation, I am going to be mentioning basic trends of where we are right now in terms of the sovereign debt market developments and what the challenges, what lies ahead of us. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. Excellent, thank you. Now, the presentation is going to be covering these 7 points here. I'm going to be very brief. The first one, it is going to be discussing where we are in terms of the sovereign debt in the current environment and where we have been during the past 8 years. Then we are going to be talking about the different country groups where the debt situation has evolved, because this is very important, and we hear that the world debt, it has been growing, and during the years of COVID, it has gone for some countries to unsustainable levels, and it spells troubles. And these troubles means distressed debt, means restructuring, and of course, this affects the performance of the instruments of the country, and therefore the investors also developments and also their returns. So based on these developments that we have seen so far, we are going to come later on in order to be discussing what are the vulnerabilities. Now, past is past, and we have to also understand where we are going. And for that one, for seeing the future, we have to make some assumptions. And again, we are going to be using some kind of standard macroeconomic assumptions from international organizations in order to be also talking about some kind of baseline projections for the debt that we are going to be looking, or that we are expecting in the next 5 years, this year up to 2026. Then, based on what we have seen, and as I meant a minute ago, is that we have seen during the past 20, 25 years that a number of distresses, debt distresses, have been developed in sovereign countries, and we have seen also restructurings and defaults. And we are going to go in a little bit of a better understanding of what are the causes. And for that one, I am going to be using the analysis that we have seen from Moody's. Following that, and based on this kind of identified causes, I am going to be talking very briefly on what are the lessons that we are learning from this kind of episodes, the restructuring episodes, in order to be having some of an idea of what we should be as authorities, as investors, be looking forward, and also what we should be expecting in case that we are going to be learning from the lessons of the past. And then finally, I am going to end my my brief presentation with some kind of a prudent debt management strategy that Jamaica has instituted in the past, in 2021. Next slide, please. Now, in this slide, what we see is that sovereign debt, and in order to standardize, in order to be understanding better where we are standing in terms of the debt levels, we have standardized it in terms of GDP, the gross domestic product. And since we have, this is the picture for the world debt, we are standardizing with the world GDP. All of us, we have encountered the analysis that it has been done for the debt sustainability analysis for the countries with the ratio of debt to GDP. So that's what we are presenting here. We are presenting the debt to GDP ratios for the world for the period 2013 to 2021. And very vividly, you can see in this chart that from 2013 to 2019, the world debt and the debt to GDP ratio, it was fairly stable at around 80%. And when COVID hit us, we see that the countries, as we know, with all the measures that they were instituted, both fiscal and monetary, with fiscal dimensions, they moved the debt to GDP ratio to around 100%. And this is obvious in this kind of chart, that it starts in 2020 and extends in 2021. Next slide, please. Now, in this slide, we see the same kind of a picture of the sovereign debt and the sovereign debt in terms of GDP for some country groups. And what we see, the blue line is the line that you saw in the previous graph, the world developments in terms of debt. Now, what you see in the red line is for the advanced markets. The black one is for the emerging, and the low-income countries, you're seeing it in the green. Now, what do we see in that one is, first of all, we see that the advanced markets, they had a higher debt to GDP ratio, and also during the crisis, because of the measures, the fiscal measures in particular that they took, the debt to GDP ratio, it jumped much more than in the other groups of countries, both for the emerging markets and the low-income countries. Now, this is the stylized facts that we have seen, and the numbers that we have seen being also in the public domain. Now, what does this mean? It means that we have seen after the COVID that we have started in an upward trajectory, that before the Ukrainian war, this was on a ground that it needed to be watched. Now, with the war, things have gotten, or they are projected to be even worse. Now, based on this chart, I wanted to also point out that even though if you see some kind of stability in the debt to GDP ratio for the world from 2013 to 2019, even during this kind of a period, we had a number of restructurings. In other words, even though the growth of debt during this kind of period, it was not very high. We saw that we had a number of country distresses, debt distresses, and also we had a number of restructurings. This is something that I would like to point out based on this chart. Even though we had relatively stable debt to GDP ratio, we saw that countries during that time, they had also distresses, and we are going to be looking at that based on the causes that we have on the other slide. Next slide, please. Now, in order to be saying, okay, this is where we are in the beginning of 2022. Now, where are we heading? And for giving an answer to this kind of question, we need to have a little bit of a background of where we are expecting the world to be moving in terms of the basic fundamentals. And the first thing is, yes, we said it in the previous chart, that projections for the debt to GDP ratios going forward, they are starting from a higher level than what we had before. Now, the assumptions, and these assumptions that we had made, and I have it in the last bullet, that they have been done without taking into account any kind of extraneous development like the Ukrainian war. and the war in Ukraine. And this is something that it needs to be taken into consideration when we are going to be seeing the next slide of where we are looking for the projections, the baseline projections for the debt to GDP ratios. Now, the other assumption that we were making was that pandemic, it would be tamed in the next 5 years. The other assumption was that the output growth, it would be slowly converging, gradually going to the pre-COVID trend. Now, since the growth, it would be on an upward trend, then the fiscal deficits, they would slowly come down, lower than the 2021 period. The issues also with all the monetary easing, they are going to be gradually exiting from this kind of a phase. So we would have higher global interest rates, and also based on what we have seen during the COVID period, we would see also that the supply constraints, they are going to be also following us with higher inflation. And the other point that also I would like to mention as a basic macroeconomic assumption, it was that the global financial conditions based on the current environment that we were in, again, before the Ukraine war, they would be tighter because primarily because of the higher debt that it had been accumulated, and also the environment that we were looking, higher inflation, lower productivity. So these are the main macroeconomic assumptions for the period that we are going to be looking. Next slide, please. Now, based on these assumptions, we are coming and we see what are the basic baseline scenarios for the debt in the world, and also in the groups, in the country groups that we discussed earlier. And what we would see, again, without the Ukraine war effects, was that we would see a stabilization of the debt to GDP ratios for both the world, the advanced countries, a little bit of an increase in the debt of emerging markets, and a slow downward path for the debt of the low-income countries. And this meant a good outlook also in terms of debt distresses, and also potential vulnerabilities for the debt sustainability, and also defaults and restructurings for low-income countries. Now, we have the Ukraine effect that I am not going to be there at this moment in order to be incorporating this and how much it's going to be affected. But I would like to point out, as I was coming in for this presentation, Bloomberg at 4 o'clock, it came with a big title, World Economy Set to Slow on War's Strong Headwinds, United Nations says, UNCTAD projected. So this is a first attempt in order to be also telling us that the first analysis that it has been done, this war, it is the Ukraine war, it is going to be having significant implications, both in terms of the world growth, but also in terms of country groups growth, and therefore it is going to be adversely affecting the debt dynamics of the world and also the country groups. In the next slide, please. Now, we said that during this period that we were looking earlier, from 93 to 2021, we had seen some restructurings. But in order to have a better perspective of what is happening with debt distresses in the world, and the debt defaults and restructurings, we have looked at some of the analysis that it has been done outside from the IMF, outside from the World Bank, and we have looked at one major participant, stakeholder, if you want, in the debt distresses and also restructuring, which is a credit rating agency, and this is Moody's. Now, they have produced a study that, if we can also make a point, they are outlining 4 stylized causes of sovereign defaults that they are identified, and they are identified based on their analysis some warning signs of potential debt distresses for the period that they were looking, 97 to 2020. And they have identified 4 main categories, causes for debt distresses, defaults, and restructures. The first one is that countries that they have experienced institutional and political factors, political uncertainty, and also sovereign issues with regards to governance, corruption, and the like, they have experienced in terms of the sample, 36% they can identify as the cause for the restructure, or the main cause for the restructure. Another out of these kind of cases that they have looked during 97 to 2020, 33% of the countries that they have experienced default and restructurings, they can identify as the cause the high debt burden. Another 17% of the total of the countries, they have identified as the cause for their restructuring and default problems, chronic economic stagnation, a weak fiscal position, and domestic vulnerabilities that they were combined with a large external shock and loss of investor confidence. So it is an important factor, the weak economic performance, along with, especially when the countries are hit by external shocks. And these shocks, they may be environmental, they may be other kind of shocks in relation to exchange rates, domestic, external, contagion effects, and the like. Now, the final cause that it has been identified for restructurings during these periods and relates to 14% of the cases is banking crisis. And we have seen it in a number of cases. They have gone in their study extensively, not only for emerging markets that they have experienced these kind of problems, but they have discussed also the experiences that we had, the restructuring experiences of advanced markets, like we had Ireland, Cyprus, and the like. So these are, we need to keep in mind as possible causes for restructuring, and especially they should be signs both for the politicians, the governments, but also for the investors in what they should be looking and to be examining in terms of what they are looking as warning signs for troubles, debt troubles going forward. Next slide, please. Now, based on these causes and also some other facts that we have been looking, we try to be devising some kind of lessons from what we have seen so far from the recent restructurings in order to be also having some kind of a good basic downline in terms of what needs to be also watched going forward for avoiding, for preventing restructuring cases and also restructuring instruments and the like for the investors. Now, the first lesson that we learn is that the accumulation of sovereign debt, we mentioned it also in the previous slide, beyond certain levels should be a source of concern for the authorities, and they should be taking measures in order to be addressing these issues, because the markets and also credit rating agencies tend to be alerted if some implicit thresholds, and depends these implicit thresholds on the countries and also the period that we are going through if they have been crossed. So the first important thing is let's be very vigilant about the accumulation of debt, especially if it is going beyond certain levels. The second lesson that we have learned, and also it is going to be, it should be a warning signal going forward, is if the countries they are engaging in new borrowing, and in each kind of a case that a country it is engaging in new borrowing, the country should have a comprehensive debt sustainability analysis in order to be understanding the needs that they are going to be coming for servicing the new debt that they are getting, and also to be looking at in overtime. And based on these things, to see if there are some kind of gross financing needs that they are developing, and if these kind of gross financing needs, they are pointing to solvency problems that they are going to be needing on a restructuring, or they are liquidity problems and they are going to be probably fixed with a program and also with some kind of a debt reprofiling. In other words, without any face value cut of the bonds that the country it has issued. Now, the next lesson that we have learned after watching over accumulation, doing regular debt sustainability analysis, is when we have the unfortunate event and the authorities, they decide that the debt is not serviceable, we have to be going forward with a credible reform program that addresses the economic imbalances, and it promotes, it should be both, that we have to have measures that they are encouraging stability, but also that they are promoting sustainable growth in order to be getting out from the situation, the debt distress situation. And for that one, we have seen that if this kind of a situation arises, a program, an IMF program, it might be helpful in terms of sustainability and in terms also inconsistency of the measures that they are going to be taken, and also for a better understanding and also a better communication with creditors that they try to fix the debt distress problems. Now, the other 2 points that I would like to make, they are related to this kind of a situation, that if you are in the unfortunate situation that the country has to go to the doctor meaning the IMF, that what it needs to be also done. Now, in this kind of a case, we need to have good rapport with all stakeholders. And the other stakeholders in a debt distress situation, the major ones, they are the creditors. So the first principle of that and the priority is to have good faith negotiations with creditors in order to be having some kind of consensus that it is going to be also having better kind of restructuring terms, that they are going to be fostering sustainability and quick resolution of problems, restoring market access and recovery and growth recovery. So that's why it is important in this kind of a case, and this is a lesson that we have learned. Good faith negotiations, they are helping for the country to be recovering and to get back into market access quickly. And the final issue that we have seen also, and I would stress it very much so, always you need to have good debt management strategies for a country, but especially after a restructuring, you need to mitigate all of the sovereign debt portfolio risks with a good debt management strategy. And also in this strategy that you should be having, an important component, it should be to be looking, the country should be looking, and the debt management authorities, they should be looking for instruments that they are diminishing the probability of having some kind of adverse effect, some adverse shocks that they are going to be pushing the country towards distress. And in cases that we are discussing that we have recurrent shocks like catastrophes, that we have problems with environment and so forth, in this kind of a case, we are discussing about having in the debt strategies appropriate state contingent debt instruments to prevent this kind of vulnerabilities happen. Now, last slide, please. And I'm finishing. I will end my presentation with something that it is familiar to you, and I do not need to go into detail. However, I feel that it is a good example for the investors and also for us, that we are in the business of providing advice on debt management, and also in order to be advising countries when they are coming to the unfortunate situation of a debt distress, and point out to the fact that Jamaica's state contingent debt instrument, the catastrophe bond that it was issued in July 2021, it was a good instrument, this catastrophe bond, that it went through the World Bank, and it was in the amount of 185 million. It covered the Atlantic tropical cyclone seasons through December 2023. It had a number, of course, of terms that they are familiar in this kind of instruments. The terms were from the international experience quite favorable. We had a bond coupon per annum under 5%. Then we had also dispersion in terms of who bought them, in terms of the investors, the parametric trigger that it was very normal, that it was according to standards, and also that the important thing, and also that it was something that it comes out from this kind of initiative of Jamaica, is that to use the insurance capital markets to mitigate the environmental risks in its debt portfolio, which is a prudent debt management policy, and a good example for countries that they would like to be also looking at ways in order to minimize the risks that they may be affecting their debt portfolios and push them towards distresses. So let me stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking for any kind of discussion that you would like, with questions that you would like to raise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Papiano. I just would like to really reiterate how grateful we are to have had you this evening to share your very, very deep expertise. I actually majored in economics in college at Princeton University, and I was just there taking notes. I was like, I feel like I'm back in class. I feel like, you know, just as someone who is not in the financial industry, it was very, very good for me to learn, you know, about what is going on with the global debt situation, and just to get a sense of where Jamaica falls and how stable we're looking. And so I really felt like I got so much from your presentation. I in particular noted the prediction of continued higher interest rates and inflation, which I know all of us have been feeling the effects from. So it's really good that we're not going to be surprised going forward into the future, which I think is very important for everyone, irrespective of what industry they find themselves in. Also, the implications of the ongoing war in the Ukraine adversely affecting the debt dynamics. So I personally learned a lot, and I know I can speak for members of our audience who really, really thank you for sharing your deep knowledge and for your contribution to our program this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind remarks also.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we are going to welcome Mr. Rafael Molina. Now, Mr. Molina is the managing partner at New State Partners LLP. He has a depth of experience, over 22 years of experience, in fact, assisting sovereign clients to really define and implement liability management strategies, optimizing debt service profiles, and advising on a wide range of public finance related issues. He has an undergraduate degree from Vassar College, which is one of the colleges we've had so many of our Jamaican students go to, certainly through AIM, and MBA from Columbia University. So I would just like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Rafael Molina, and he's going to be presenting to us now on leveraging Jamaica diaspora investments and sovereign debt management in the advent of the pandemic, which he will tell us if it's now endemic. I'm losing track of all the terminology. So I know Mr. Molina will set all of us straight on where we are and what we can expect going forward. Welcome, Mr. Molina, and I just want to thank you so much for being here. I have my pen ready, I've got my notepad ready. I hope members of the audience are ready too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. Ms. McLaren Campbell, I appreciate your words. Let me first thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here today. I also want to acknowledge Madame Consul Wilson, as well as Ms. Street Forest, who is the former managing director of the stock exchange. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to pick up a little bit
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the Renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
Minute is quite interesting. So what I do in this presentation is basically to show where Jamaica is in the context of what Dr. Payano put together. There are a lot of very good opportunities for investment, not only in new companies that are growing in the stock exchange, as well as venture capital, but also in the sovereign space for Jamaica, because it's done quite incredible. So we'll quickly review the macroeconomic environment just to pick up some of the themes that Michael has outlined. Then I want to see, as investors, you have a role to play to make sure that the sovereign stays on the course, to ensure that it actually manages the ongoing risk on a proactive basis. And at the same time, what the sovereign needs to do to ensure that it actually continues in that pace. And then we'll conclude with just basically highlighting some of the lessons for both Jamaica and potential investors who are interested in investing in Jamaica at this point in time. So very quickly, sort of the background, as I said, Jamaica's economic fundamentals really have improved since 2013, when the second exchange took place. People called it sort of a restructuring of their domestic debt. But if you recall at the time, Jamaica was suffering a very chronic imbalances. I do not like to talk about debt sustainability just on ratios, because it's not one global ratio does not provide sustainability. You can't simply say because a country is indebted, it's unsustainable in terms of its debt, but you have to look at the whole picture in together. But nonetheless, if we just look at some scenarios, Jamaica in 2012, 2013 was having its debt to GDP ratio close to 100%, 150%. I mean, that was one of the highest in the world at the time. And including, in addition to that, their interest burden, that is what the government had to pay out from the fiscal budget just to service its debt, domestic and external, was close to 40% of revenues. So it was a very difficult situation. And you had anemic growth of just under 1% for a very few time. But the government was nonetheless always been very proactive managing its finances, and one of the very few countries in the world and in the Caribbean who successfully ran primary surpluses. That is, they actually were able to run greater revenues and expenditures on the fiscal side when most countries always run deficits, was Jamaica. And even today in this environment, if we fast forward now in 2022, when Michael was showing you that most of the debt burden is increasing around the world, you're seeing that Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio has declined to around 80%. And this is on top of a time when we were coming out of a 2-year pandemic, or endemic, as we can call it now, or we hope to call it now. And that is a very interesting trend. So obviously the fundamentals for Jamaica from the economic perspective are quite solid, but the backdrop in which we're living now are extremely negative. And that means that the outlook, while positive, is facing some significant, as Michael called, unprecedented global headwinds. And these can derail the prospects. And what are those headwinds? We'll discuss in a few minutes, mostly coming to the fact that we're seeing that inflation globally is increasing very rapidly. The major developed economic central banks, the Federal Reserve, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of England, the Eastern Caribbean, the European Central Bank, are now beginning to unwind their easy monetary policy. And that's why you're seeing massive declines in global equity markets over the last 2 months, coupled with the global sort of a geopolitical risks that have emerged when Russia decided to invade Ukraine for no reason at all. Okay. So under this basis, how do we keep Jamaica on track? And this is where I was saying that investors have a role to play because you can demand certain things. And the sovereigns now need to take an even more proactive role to ensure that sound macroeconomic policies will continue on course. And one of the things that we have to see is the role of sovereign debt management, which Michael already talked about. One of the things about sovereign, and so my presentation today will be focused on these issues. Sovereign debt management has evolved over the last 2 decades. Basically after the Asian financial crisis in 1997, when countries come to realize that you just have to be more proactive when it comes to management of the debt. The sovereign debt portfolio of a country is one of the most, it's the biggest portfolio, and one that's very important because it allows investors like yourself to basically understand and assess risk. That's how you basically price yourself. When you're looking at these investment decisions. Jamaica has made very good strides in this area, but nonetheless, from my perspective, and I have to be upfront, I was not involved in any of the restructurings or exchanges that Jamaica took place in 2013 and 2010. I was not part of that, but I followed it very closely. Jamaica has been one of the most successful countries who've done it very consensually, using some of the lessons that Michael highlighted at the end of his presentation, because it actually engaged with investors and tried to ensure that they met all the needs that those investors had. And those exchanges were very successful because it had almost 100% participation. But why is sovereign debt management so important? Because in this environment today, when you're seeing such high inflation, you're seeing that investors are now becoming picky, trying to see where they want to invest their money, and they have a choice. That means that Jamaica will have to find very good strategies to mobilize financial resources that are critical to address its rising social needs, its infrastructure requirements, and in the same time ensure that its debt sustainability remains where it is in the face of rising economic climate and geopolitical shocks that are coming in the next few years. Now, why I say that is because Jamaica is suspected or projected to lower its debt to GDP ratio to around 60% in the next 5 years, while most countries are trying to figure out how to bring it down from 100%. And from the investor perspective, what I think that you need to understand is that you have a lot of leverage, you have a lot of power, and you should use that power to ensure that clout, I can say that, to ensure that the government's economic policies and its reform agenda continue, and you can demand increased transparency, accountability, and particularly also policy commitment, okay? Well, just very quickly, just because Michael has spent a lot of time on this, what are really the global macro framework backdrop that we're really dealing with? I mean, first of all, like Michael explained very carefully, sovereign debt is an unprecedented level, and the global stock of debt is looking to increase. And that's going to put a lot of huge pressure on sovereign debt management. Why is this important for Jamaica, who's bucking the trend? Because they have to compete for financing in this environment where basically there is very little cash going around. There's a lot of what we call flight to good, flight risk flight, where investors are looking to find investors or some instruments that are less risky, and that's why they go a lot to treasuries and to other sovereign AAA countries and other assets like that. And also the massive accommodation monetary policy that among the developed countries had led to low record rates is now unwinding, and we're starting to see now the spreads increasing. What is interesting is that the spreads are increasing in different levels. So Jamaica's sort of spreads have increased, but in the magnitude less than others. But we're seeing global inflationary pressures that are not going to make it worse, and that's probably coming because of the fact of what we're seeing with the situation in Ukraine and Russia. What we know is that payment capacity is deteriorating at a very rapid pace in a number of developing economies, as well as low-income countries. And the prospects for stress are also increasing. And Jamaica, if it's not careful, can fall into this category as well. And most importantly, not only for Jamaica because of the region in which it lives, the Caribbean, but we're starting to see that the impact of climate change will have deteriorating financial, political, and social consequences. And U.S. investors will have to be able to choose, and will be able to choose new instruments and where to invest. And you have to engage with the sovereign to ensure that they actually do, like Michael was talking about, something we call state contingent financial instruments or debt instruments in which you can invest. But they need to not only address the government's sort of requirements, but also your requirements in terms of cash flows and what can you hedge. And another important aspect to keep in mind is that sovereign creditor base has continued to evolve. What this means is that if you look at the history of who was lending to poorer countries and developing countries, you will see that that's mostly coming from bilateral countries that has evolved to banks and syndicated credits. And over the last couple of decades, we've seen a lot more investment coming from the debt markets, and that's where Jamaica mostly has all of its investments. And China has become a big creditor in the last 15 to 20 years, and it's going to be, continue to have big investments in this aspect of it. But many governments right now at a high risk of debt stress, as debt service capacities are nearly collapse. And several governments have already defaulted, and concerns are increasing that many will follow. The key point right now is to ensure that Jamaica does not follow this trend and continues with positive economic developments. Now, where do we fall with debt management, and why it's so important? Because really, it has really changed over the last 2 decades, as I mentioned, following the financial crisis in Asia in 1997. And most countries have now come to understand that it takes a very important role in a country's macroeconomic framework. But that means that most economists always looked at fiscal and monetary policies as being sound or pursuing them soundly to ensure that you actually have good fundamentals. What we're seeing now is that you have to bring in debt management alongside fiscal monetary policy to ensure you actually have sound policy management and sound fundamentals going forward. The multilaterals, like the IMF and the World Bank, as well as the regional development banks like the IDB, have been at the forefront of helping countries not only understand how to improve sovereign debt management, but also providing a lot of resources for capacity building. And Jamaica has been one of the countries who actually benefit a lot from this. They've been very proactively now recently managing the yield curve, finding ways to either buy a more expensive debt with lower, cheaper debt, and trying to continue to find new instruments that meet the requirements. Michael talked about the catastrophe bond as one example, but there are others that will be coming out over the next few years. At the end of the day, sovereign debt management is really a very complex field. It requires a lot of knowledge and technical assistance, technical sort of expertise in order to be able to do it. But in addition to what I discussed, some of the most important aspects of this area involve diversification funding sources. We understand why that's important for a country like Jamaica. ensuring that we continually assess the sustainability. That is the country able to run the necessary resources to pay down its debt over time, or to ensure that it can actually roll over its maturing debt, particularly its market, because market debt you cannot refinance directly between bilaterally like you used to do in the past. It's important also to continue to develop local capital markets, and Jamaica has done that very effectively, as did the exchange in 2013. And finally, the importance of investor relations. That is communicating not only with creditors, but investors. That means disseminating data, providing information on a timely basis, answering questions, being transparent, being accountable, and at the same time have commitment. Make everything very, very clear. For example, making sure that you actually explain what your strategy is, when you're going to issue bonds, how you're going to raise capital, how you're going to use that capital, and how you're going to repay it. What are your plans for repayment? That's important. And now, so just to finalize now, what are really the lessons and what I want you to take away from this presentation, or from my chat today? From my perspective, what I will simply say is a couple of things. You know, in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, nobody expected Russia to invade Ukraine, but it has, and it's going to make even debt management more complex. But in this environment, it has to continue to evolve and be refined further. And what I want you to understand is that debt management is now, and it has to become an integral part of a country's sound macroeconomic framework. Jamaica needs to do that, just like other countries are doing it. Sovereign debt managers, they need to work independently, but in close coordination with fiscal and monetary policy makers to jointly implement the country's economic objectives and foster sustainable long-term growth. That is what Jamaica is doing, to continue to diversify the economy. Debt managers cannot surrender independence, because debt management needs to be independent from the monetary policy and fiscal policy, but it needs to be formulated in coordination with these other policies to ensure that the economic model is going to be viable going forward. This is important to create enough capacity to address the unforeseen shocks that are coming in the future, capitalizing on the lessons that we discussed today, as well as the other lessons from the previous financial crisis that we've seen. And at the same time, we've seen that the COVID-19 pandemic has really crystallized the importance of benefits enabling and promoting close coordination between these different objectives. Coordination helps formulate clear financial objectives, and at the same time, define how the tasks will be implemented. The role of debt managers just cannot stop solely with providing information and data to other key policymakers. You have to provide that to the market. You have to provide that to your creditors and to your investors, to you who are looking what instruments you can avoid, to provide valuable data and to contribute to the implementation of a shared and policy mix. Debt managers must continue to build their capacities in the debt management offices and expand their yield kits now to understand what the sustainability, what the risks are, what the weaknesses are in the portfolio, address and assess those risks beyond the existing liabilities. And this is where we're talking about the importance of understanding what climate change is going to be. We're starting to see the impact of that. Extreme weather in the north and in the south, and also in the Caribbean, a lot more frequency in terms of hurricanes and storms, perhaps even earthquakes, and that will continue to be that. And that will create more continued liabilities for the countries in the Caribbean, like Jamaica, and they can crystallize much faster when it comes to future shocks. So communication is very important, and that's something that Jamaica will have to do a lot more than that. And you can demand that by basically saying that if they want to issue a security, you will invest, and this is the requirement under which you will do it. I will stop there in terms of the government, and just to conclude very quickly for the perspective of what you need to see. You can monitor and you can demand action. You're starting to see from Jamaica that they're looking for a way to diversify the financing sources. If you see that opportunity as diaspora constituencies, you can mobilize your investments, but you have a choice. You can invest only in the assets that you think actually meets your interest. And at the same time, if you see that Jamaica is changing, you take away some of that ability to fund themselves. And that's how governments will come back and basically continue to respond to you. I think Jamaica is doing a very good job of expanding the domestic capital markets, but they now have to deepen them more and to provide more credit opportunities for the domestic companies that are in the exchange and trading in the environment. And then you can see opportunities for yourself to invest there as well. And then finally, you have to continue to monitor all this going forward to ensure that actually you feel comfortable investing in these assets that you can look up. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I'm happy to take any questions. And I look forward to also some of your comments on how you see Jamaica and the global environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Molina. At this point, exactly what you said is that we are going to take questions, and I'm inviting questions from the audience for both yourself and Dr. Michael. So do we have any questions from the audience on anything relating to investment changes? There was a lot mentioned about the war, debt management. Any questions from the audience? Please go ahead and place them in the chat. If there are no questions, I want to congratulate both of our excellent speakers because they gave us so much, and they must have, done a very, very good job. If you don't have questions, I certainly have a ton of notes, but no questions myself. Please let us know if you have any questions. Here we go. Ashley, thank you. Ashley says, as we continue into the time of climate change and external shocks, can you expand on what this means for Jamaica? What other shocks should we be looking out for?
Absolutely, it's a very good question. Michael, do you want me to go first? I have some thoughts on that. Thank you very much for the question. Jamaica, first of all, Jamaica is located in the Caribbean region, who is very vulnerable to climate shocks. Storms, earthquakes, those things are something that can be very complicated, and Jamaica needs to be aware of that situation. We don't really hear a lot of hurricanes passing through Jamaica, but there's definitely a contagion effect that can get there. Jamaica is aware of that, and that's why the catastrophe bond that Michael expanded on was actually issued, and many of you might have invested in that, I'm not quite sure. But that's a proactive way in which the government is thinking about how it can address some of these issues coming there from the perspective of climate. But climate also has other repercussions. We will come into the fact of when it comes to the growing season, food security, as well as basically livelihoods. And that means that we have to start to invest in how to be able to create more capacity, how to retrain people, how to deal with better seeds, the things that can be exported from Jamaica to the region, changing the way that things can change in the seasons. So that will require some sort of funding in order to be able to create that sort of process, whether to invest technology or to invest capital in order to be able to address those issues. Now, that's from the perspective of climate alone. Other vulnerabilities are now coming into the fact that we see higher inflation. We see that it's going to become more costly for the government to raise funding. So in order to be able to differentiate yourself from other countries in the region and in the world, as you're competing for scarce resources, scarce funding for the government to finance itself, you have to be able to show that the fundamentals continue to be good, right? Continue to be positive. So that's another shock that can come. We don't know what's going to happen with the Ukraine and Russia war, but we know that we're seeing, most of analysts are now forecasting that oil prices can now increase up to $200 a barrel by the end of this year. That's going to have a major impact in the region and also for Jamaica for a lot of other reasons. So inflation is something that we have to be very, very, very careful about. We have to see that the Bank of Jamaica, the central bank, have to act towards that. In addition to that, there's a lot of other risk that the global economy needs to address, and we have to be careful about that. But there are tools, and like I said, I'm very positive about Jamaica because I've seen it from the perspective of a credit story. Is very positive. The government is doing the right thing. It's trying to invest. It's trying to create joint ventures to bring in more of the orange economy. It seems to understand some of the issues related to climate change, and all those things will continue to be on there. So be at the lookout for that and see how the government responds, particularly the sovereign debt managers. Michael, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Rafael, I could not have said it better. The important things that we are looking at the current environment, except the climate and whatever it is going on with the war, inflation, as we know, and all of the related issues with interest rates. These are the major risks that the government is confronting, as you said it. Now, if you would like a stylized way to be looking at the shocks that you are going to be, as investors, you're going to be looking, and also the government that it should be taken into consideration going forward, and to the extent possible, it should hedge its exposure. The first thing is, as Rafael mentioned, that we are going into an environment that the interest rates, they need to be also in control, because this it affects the borrowing costs for the country, and therefore it affects the stresses that we said, the debt stresses. And this is a very important thing to keep in mind. And interest rates, they are not increased because of international developments, diversified shocks from abroad, but they are also having the domestic component. The domestic component is good macroeconomic policies that they are ensuring investors' confidence, and therefore the investors, they are not asking for higher interest rates in order to be placing their money into the domestic instruments. So this is number one. Interest rates, shocks, and where they are coming from is an important stylized fact that the governments and also investors, they should have it. The second one, it has to do with the exchange rates. And the exchange rates is also related to fundamentals, as Rafael mentioned. Now, good policies in terms of the fiscal, in terms of growth policies, in terms of the monetary policies, in terms of productivity, all of these things, they are playing a very significant role in order to be having the fundamentals, as we say, under control. And whatever kind of external shock you're going to be having, this is going to be more manageable in case that some shock like the one that we see with the oil, with the war. And this is going to be also a prudent kind of a policy in order to be looking. Look whatever you can control as a government, and also from the perspective of investors, look what is hedgeable and what is not. And the third thing that in terms of stylized things, we said about interest rates, exchange rates, it is the rollover risk. And for this one, it has to do mostly with uncontrolled shocks that the economy is going to be facing. It is going to be meaning things that the government is not able in order to be controlling all the time. But for this reason, and also to have a good kind of a way in order to be looking for ways to prevent distresses because of unforeseen kind of risks, it means that the government, it should have some kind of buffers. And this is very important thing to keep in mind. So for you investors, look at the governments and look for the government in order to be looking if the budget, it has enough ways in order to be covering unforeseen events, unforeseen kind of shocks. And this is going to be giving you confidence that you are going to be dealing with your investments in a more secure environment than if the government does not look for any kind of extra amount of money, extra buffer that it is keeping for unforeseen events. So let me stop here and see if there are any kind of further questions on that.
We actually do have more questions. I wanted to just pick up, Michael, if I may, you mentioned that investors should be looking out for what is hedgeable. Can you give us, especially, I was going through the audience, I see a lot of people I would know as individual investors, laymen, so to speak. Can you give me an example of what it would mean as an investor to look out for what is hedgeable?
Yeah, for that one, It depends on the circumstances. It depends on the environment. It depends on the time that we are looking for the investment horizon that we are looking. So all of these factors, they are determining the issue of how we are looking at the question that you're asking. Now, the perspective that we are developing, it depends very much on the contingencies that they have been developed around these kind of factors. And the contingencies, they have to be mostly done from the perspective of the country, of the authorities of the countries, in terms of their macroeconomic planning, and also in terms of handling the financial and also the fiscal affairs. And for that one, we see, and that's what I mentioned also, it is important to have a good kind of an understanding that the government is prudent in terms of its fiscal expenditures. So we know that it is not going to be accumulating debt, that it is not going to be serviceable, that is going to be creating distresses in the future. That's why I said in the lessons that we learned, accumulation, it needs to be also watched out in terms of some kind of thresholds. The second thing is, as we said, is that you are, as investors, you are going to be feeling more comfortable if your government is going to be saying that I took my temperature and I had my tests, which is the debt sustainability test, and the test is showing that I am not positive. I'm not COVID positive. I am not vulnerable, in other words. And these are the things that also, as governments, they should be also what Rafael was mentioning in terms of communicating with investors. And that's what investors, they should be looking from their governments. And this kind of scrutiny, it should be a two-way road. Now, the governments, they should be feeling more comfortable if they are doing their job, in order to be telling to the people that I have looked very carefully of what I'm doing in terms of management of my affairs, both the fiscal and also the monetary and the exchange rate affairs. And also they are going to, the investors, they are going to be feeling more comfortable if these things, if they have been communicated and they have been tested from the past experience. So in a simplistic way, if I may say, it needs to be a kind of an understanding that the authorities, they are doing a prudent job for not only for politics, but also in order to be instituting investor confidence. And the investors, they should be looking for this kind of signs in order to be moving forward in a more kind of a transparent, in more accountable way, in a more confident way towards the assets, especially in this kind of a case, the fixed income, but also the equity assets of the country in this kind of a case of Jamaica.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that level of detail. We do have a few more questions inside of the chat. So I am wondering, Dr. Papiano and Mr. Molina, if you could answer the questions within the chat in the interest of time, so that everybody can get their questions answered, but we can also move the program along. Thank you both so much.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is representing Diane Edwards, the president of JAMPRO. He is the vice president of marketing at JAMPRO, Gabriel Heron, also my cousin, random note. He is going to be presenting on working with diasporans to invest in Jamaica, and he's going to give us the nuts and bolts. I know that so many people in the audience are excited to hear this. So with no further ado, over to you, Mr. Heron.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'd first like to recognize Consul General Alston Wilson. I thought that I'm thinking that the format of this program is really good. We're covering, JS is covering the equity side of investment, and we're going through the sovereign debt management with Michael and Rafael. And then I'll kind of walk through, of course, the opportunities of investment in Jamaica, as well as how we appeal to the diaspora. Because the reality is, my assignment here, I understand the assignment. You know, we're looking to Jamaica for investment. We're looking to JAMPRA to guide you through those investments. So I kind of want to ensure that we're on the same page as to what I'm trying to accomplish and what JAMPRA is trying to accomplish here. So I'll go right ahead and share my screen without any further delay. Let me just go into my presentation view. Right. Okay, so thank you again for the time here. And we are clearly speaking about working with diasporans to invest in Jamaica. And I'm looking forward to working with diasporans to invest in Jamaica and giving you the nuts and bolts for success. All right. Okay. So the objectives of this presentation is to really inform the diaspora members on Jamaica's investment and export climate. Very important, right? And we want to encourage, of course, business partnerships of members of the diaspora and persons residing in Jamaica. So those are, and then finally highlight the opportunities. I want to whet the appetite. I want to start the conversations to drive those investment and export opportunities for the diaspora, for you to see what are the possibilities there. And for the purpose of this presentation, I won't be able to give you a wide range of all the opportunities, but what I want to do is start the conversation so you can engage us further, right? So the journey I'll carry you through, I have to give you a little bit of an idea of what JAMPRA is, because there's many individuals who are still not clear on what JAMPRA's role is. And then I'll give you an overview of Jamaica. Just a quick overview of Jamaica from a JAMPRA perspective. And then also, what are some of the business environment reforms that would make you feel comfortable in the diaspora to invest in Jamaica? Because clearly it's not just a matter of an investment project, but what are the ecosystem related activities that you will make you feel, or that would make those risk issues be less impacting? And then finally, I will walk you through some opportunities for investment, some very specific, some very broad and high level opportunities, but we want to ensure that we present a range so that everybody's interest is piqued. All right, so follow me through this journey, and if you have questions, of course, I will address after the presentation. So JAMPRA, who we are, we're an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investments and Commerce, first and foremost, of course, right? And we promote business opportunities in export and investments to local and international and private sector, and of course, public sector as well through PPP engagements. So that has, we've gotten that out to the way. It's very basic, but I think it's very important for individuals to know. What we do, we in essence, we promote and serve, right? We promote investment, project-oriented investments, right? In a number of targeted sectors. So from start to finish, we guide investors through the entire process, from business approvals process to offering technical support even after projects are up and running. As it relates to the export side, I know there's an investment forum, investors forum, but I can't not mention the export side, right? We want the world to know how great our products and services are, and there are investment opportunities that drive export, and that's why I'm bringing it up here. So we work with both local exporters and global buyers, right, to ensure that there's market penetration and market information sharing across both markets. And this is important for Jamaica, particularly as it relates to agriculture and manufacturing, of course, right? And then, of course, there's also the business advocacy side, very important. We're a strong advocate in terms of improving the business environment, and business environment is critical, as you'll understand, for the stability of a business to grow and making efficient changes in the economy and across the business platform, right? JAMPRA does a lot of work with a council called National Competitiveness Council, which seeks to improve Jamaica's place on the global competitiveness and doing business ranking. Very, very important. We offer services, as I said, we promote and serve exporter registration, film registration, specialized market information and research, site selection, facilitation, business approvals, and finally, market penetration support. I will stop there and get into the real, the actual details of the presentation. A few quick facts about Jamaica that some individuals may not know. We're the best Caribbean country for doing business, right, based on Forbes. 71 out of 190 countries in the World Bank 2020 doing business report. So we're holding our own. We're doing fairly well. The highest performing stock market. Kudos to Madam Marlene Street Forest for the highest performing stock market based on Bloomberg in 2015 and 2018. We have a stable and supportive democratic government, of course. And we are open and transparent investment regime. Very important. We take it for granted, but it is very important. We have a 12 double taxation treaties, USA included. And what this means is that you don't pay tax twice in your investment operation. So, there are treaties that allow you to not double up on your tax payments, and there are no restrictions on reparation of profits. We have a robust telecommunications and built-in redundancy, and so high-speed connectivity for both mobile and fixed. And that's very important as it relates to the infrastructure of investments and ensuring that investments are very viable. We have a strong road infrastructure across the island, and if you know that of the North-South Highway, the South Highway, and you'll understand also that there's a highway coming from St. Thomas and also on the Portland side. So a lot of things are happening. Along the economic growth side, we've had 20 consecutive quarters of economic growth since 2013. The previous panelists mentioned this, and this is particularly important when we tie that to our debt to GDP ratio, which reduced from 1 up to 140% down to around about 95% pre-pandemic. So amazing achievements as it relates to the macroeconomic factors. We have a 45% increase in tourist arrivals in the last decade. What does this mean? Jamaica has a premier tourist brand. So investments in tourism and tourism type projects are very sounding investments. And you'll understand why I make these statements as I go through my presentation a bit more. So I move on again. Connectivity capability. Why is this important? Again, it has to do with the supply chain management as it relates to your investment opportunities. So Jamaica sits in a very strategic geographic position. We really have an advantage as it relates to we are close to the eastern seaboard. We're very close to the Panama Canal, and we are offshoot into Europe, directly into Europe. So in terms of our logistics capabilities is very significant as to where we are strategically. I won't go through the details here in terms of the shipping lines and the international flights. You can see that for yourself. And of course, I will share my presentation and you can go through these numbers to understand the importance of it from a strategic geographic perspective if you're considering an investment opportunity. I mentioned earlier our business environment reform initiatives, right, and how important it is. Again, you want to ensure that you're entering an economy if you're investing as to what are the landscape issues, what are the ecosystem issues that's going to support my investment. The first one is the national investment policy. We've developed a framework around a national investment policy. One of the more important things around this, for example, is the priority investment project. So there are some investment projects that have major impact on sustainability development goals, major impact on the jobs market. So those large investments are given priority. And that's particularly important to drive the economy forward. Another major business environment reform is the national brand, the nation brand initiative. I always say that Jamaica punches way above our weight class in terms of our cultural impact on the world, right? We have a global cultural brand that is very, very impacting, right? What we want to do, however, and I'm not impacted in sports, music, entertainment, right? What we want to do, and tourism, we want to ensure that business is also infused. So we have an all-encompassing, wholesome brand, and this nation brand initiative is part of that drive, so that Jamaica how we monitor and own our own brand, because right now we need ownership of the brand of Jamaica and also protection of our goods in the overseas markets, a critical component of the Nation Brand Initiative. Also, we're looking at a 5-year national agribusiness strategy and a 5-year manufacturing growth strategy. These are critical as it relates to investment projects and how those strategies drive government activities and support business investments within the local market. National outsourcing strategy, I'll speak quickly here. Outsourcing is a major pillar of Jamaica's economy now. And I'll go into details of that further down in the presentation. So I won't speak to it here, but just knowing that the global digital strategy and the outsourcing strategy are key components to our economy, because the outsourcing space is a major pillar of our economy now in terms of generation of jobs and the projection and the plans for that sector. Again, on the environmental reforms, we have a national business portal, which in essence, as an investor and as a potential investor, and this is what I'm guiding you on and encouraging you on, this business portal walks you step by step along your investment journey and provides that step-by-step guidance as to what you need to do as it relates to approvals, business license, so you know what that roadmap is for your investment prior to starting your investment and while you're going through your investment, right? It is very, very important because, of course, the bureaucratic process can take some time. But of course, Jamper is here to guide you through that, because that is what we do. We serve, we hold your hand through your investment journey, your investor's journey, before, during, and even after your investment. So the government has an export enabling, has a lot of export enabling initiatives. I won't go through it here because we're focusing on investments, but it's important to understand the logistics space within which we work when we consider investment opportunities, because the landscape and the ecosystem of your investments is very important to ensure that there is success, right? So we have an Asikuda which has been implemented. Asikuda, in essence, is an automated system for customs data. It's an UNCTAD driven integrated custom management system, very important for efficiencies at customs. We have our port community system that was implemented as well, another major logistics improvement. We have a special economic zone authority driving those incentives for operations and operators within economic zones. And we have improvements in the Port of Kingston. So I'm moving quickly because I really want to really spend the time on the investment opportunities, which I know that's where most of the interests are, right? So at this point, I want to go through 4 main pillars as it relates to the investment opportunities, particularly targeting the diaspora. And we have been very deliberate in what I've selected here, and it doesn't go across the gamut of all the opportunities. You can reach out to Jamper and we'll be able to walk you through the different options and opportunities. But first is tourism. The focus here is retirement villages, wellness resorts, and boutiques. As you know, tourism is expanding. Jamaica is known for an all-inclusive type approach, but tourism has shifted a lot into the experiential type, eco-tourism, wellness tourism type of experience. Then there are agribusiness opportunities, and I'm going to speak very passionate about the opportunities in agribusiness because pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, the agribusiness really showed or I would say it was underscored the importance of agribusiness as a pillar of our economy, agriculture as a pillar of our economy. And I'm glad to see that a lot of focus is being given to agribusiness, even more now than ever, because we can now leverage technologies to address the challenges. And I will speak on this a little bit further. I already mentioned outsourcing. Outsourcing, Jamaica has done really well over the last 5-6 years, and I'll go through these details as well. And then finally, energy, renewable energy, and the plans that the government has, and what's the investment space as it relates to renewable energy. We understand the impact of climate change. We understand the impact of, I think it was Rafael that mentioned that there's a projection for oil prices to reach up to 200 barrels, right? $200 per barrel of oil. That is significant. So therefore, the importance of our integrated resource plan as it relates to the country's energy mix in renewable energy becomes even more important to guard us against any kind of projection becoming a reality like that. So first, quickly here, I have about 4 specific tourism opportunities I'm going to speak through. The first is Hotel Mockingbird Hill, and these are very specific because I want to whet your appetite to say, okay, this is something I can look into. You may have a consortium of individuals that may want to look into the opportunities to invest, right? It's located in Portland. It's nestled in the hills of Blue Mountain, of course, and it consists of 10 luxury ensuite bedrooms. It's an amazing property, and the opportunity for sale is listing at 3.3 million US. Again, it is really perfect for any nature lover with its forested hills and deep gorges and rushing rivers. And we can understand the appeal for a property like this. So that's on one side of the island. We're going to move to the other side of the island in Negril, 37 rooms property. This is Negril Shields, a beachfront property located on the 7-mile beach strip of Negril. It's really an amazing property. It's really a fixer-upper that has a huge potential for returns on your investment. And this opportunity is for lease and is to be negotiated. Mandeville Hotel. Now, as I mentioned, tourism and the focus of tourism is shifting and changing a bit. And as a lot of tourists, they move towards alternate experience, including health and wellness and ecotourism. Mandeville Hotel presents a great opportunity. It is comprised of 4 building houses, 54 guest rooms, including suites and apartments, 3 conference and banquet rooms, poolside restaurants. So it's really an amazing property that you can build on from an investment perspective. The listing price is 3.25 million, right? And finally, from a tourism perspective, there is the high-end rehabilitation and addiction recovery Japanese Ryokan Luxury Spa, which is Wa Rehabilitation Luxury Center. It's an amazing opportunity. And as you know, we have these type of investment properties across Central and South America. And Jamaica, we need to enter this space, particularly if we leverage our cultural prominence and the idea that this is also in the famous Jamaica Blue Mountains. Is actually setting at 5,000 feet on the Mount Horeb in Jamaica's famous Blue Mountain. So it's an amazing property, and the opportunity is for joint venture equity for build out of the facility. So I just kind of walk through 4 main specific tourism opportunities for investment. So really whet your appetite to say, okay, you know, these are opportunities I can directly get involved within the tourism space. We're going to move to now the next pillar, which is really the agriculture opportunities. There are certain crops which are generally of high demand, both locally and internationally. So there's yam, potatoes, Scotch bonnet, pepper, ginger, pimento, cocoa, coffee, papaya, rum, and of course, the range of sauces and spices. But I'm going to pause here just to kind of conceptualize the demand opportunities for agriculture and agro-processing. There's the idea around local demand, food replacement, food security. We now have an import bill of approximately $1 billion. That's quite significant, and we need to reduce that bill, right? There's also the hotel tourism sector that purchases a significant amount or has the potential to purchase a significant amount of our fresh produce and our agri-process activity. Then there's also the global demand, the diaspora, and of course the global consumers of Jamaican cuisine. And I mentioned we have strong influence overseas. So when you couple all that together, right, that demand with our geographic location, as I mentioned earlier, and our strategic logistics space of export and our capabilities going forward, it really presents a very strong picture of the investment opportunities. And when I go to the next slide, you will see the dots really connecting, because within the agriculture space, one of the challenges that we've had in the past is the risk mitigation issues. So the agriculture seasonal, we had economies of scale issues in terms of the productivity and yield, and consistently meeting demands of large distributors overseas. How do we ensure that we won't be impacted by a hurricane? Because the distributors, the reality is that they have their shelves that they need to fill. So from an agriculture perspective, what are the risk mitigation activities that we can do to ensure, right, that that sector is more secure? And so this next slide really speaks to that. So we have significant demand, great logistics infrastructure, and a strategic location. So we'll triangulate that now with how we address the challenges within the space. And I present an opportunity, the Jamaica Agri-Park is a climate smart agriculture, really, right? And it's an eco-industrial agriculture development, and it's scaling food production for Jamaica and the Caribbean, right? It'll be a leading development site for climate smart agriculture production, resulting in the import replacement, and very, very critical, of highly valued crops for direct distribution and export. So this is actually slated for St. Thomas, and it's 200 hectares or 500 acres. And I mean, the range of what we call ag tech, or technology in agriculture, so they will really leverage technology in agriculture to do, as I mentioned earlier, to reduce those risk mitigating activities. So hydroponic greenhouses, aquaculture, aquaponics facilities, regeneration agriculture, free-range egg farms, food production center. So a range of activities to ensure that we mitigate against predator larceny, hurricanes, and seasonal activities, and economies of scale, of course. So what this does, it shores up the opportunity and the potential for success and consistent ROI in agriculture. Estimated investment cost is 345 million, and the mode of investment is joint venture equity. So it's a really great investment opportunity. Next is a similar Land We Love Organics greenhouse, right? This is, Jampro has been working with this Canadian investor for some time, Land We Love Organics, and it is already secured for land for development. It's a private interest, from a private interest in Goshen, sorry, I'm sliding through here, in Goshen, St. Elizabeth. Now, this is a 450-acre property. It specializes in heritage and heirloom produce. Again, leveraging technology in the agriculture space, right? There are 9 greenhouses that are projected for this, for 5 acres, for covering 5 acres. It will be a standalone, having energy capacity to actually feed this project itself. And they'll be focusing on tomato on the vine, bell peppers, bush beans, garlic, strawberries, cucumbers. So a range of assortment and fresh produce. The estimated investment cost, 95 million. Again, it's a joint venture equity. So these are really great agriculture opportunities for individuals to get involved in. And I'll go on to the next one, just fruits and vegetables. Similar as well. This is a new agriculture investment project, and it's centered on established state-of-the-art, fully integrated supply chain operation, right? And the project really involves production, warehousing, cold storage, and multi-channel distribution service of fresh produce. Again, plugs into that demand that I spoke to earlier, leveraging the logistics space I spoke to earlier, leveraging Jamaica's strategic location as I spoke to earlier. The estimated investment cost, 6 million. Again, this is the mode of investment is a joint venture equity. Right, I'm going to shift now into the outsourcing opportunities, and I'm going to be very quick. The outsourcing space in Jamaica, we've grown between 15 and 20% over the last 5-6 years, significant. Outsourcing is now a major pillar of the economy, almost $1 billion per annum in revenue. So very, very significant. Right now, the sector is split 80-20 between the call center, BPO type activities to about 20% what we call knowledge process outsourcing or information technology outsourcing. So those are the high value services. Now, what is important to understand is that there are a lot of local operators getting into the space because there's recognition that Jamaica has a high talent pool because of the number of universities here, affinity to the USA, nearshore advantage. So Jamaica is really a prime location or destination for outsourcing investments, right? The sector actually employs over 40,000 persons within the space. We are now above pre-pandemic jobs to show you how aggressive and how strong the sector has been growing. So the idea is to really encourage the involvement of persons in the diaspora to partner with local entities in entering this space. And again, the focus is to shift from the BPO type operation and more towards the knowledge process outsourcing, IT outsourcing, so web development, shared services, marketing, marketing research, HR, accounting. We're moving now towards more high value skills that are very, very important and provide higher pay packages. We have major global partners in Sutherland, Ibex Global, Conduent, and if you're in the outsourcing space, you will understand that we're really doing exceptional in the outsourcing space. I'm going to move quickly. The last activity here in terms of energy, I spoke to energy. What is important is the government plans along the lines of the integrated resource plan. We have a total current installed generation capacity now of 1,025 megawatts. The plan are pushing for a 50% increase in capacity from renewable energy sources by 2025. And there's a $7.3 billion that we plan to invest in the space. Right? Very, very, very important. So on what the government is looking for, moving to the next slide now, is that they're really going to be seeking to procure additional generation capacity for the period of 2020 to 2025. So the space is opening up for wind and solar investments, 320 megawatts. Liquefied natural gas, 120 megawatts, and hydro biomass or waste energy, 74 megawatts. So again, in terms of what the capacity is for investments in energy, it is significant, right? So be very much on the lookout for these type of developments. In the diaspora, you want to get an idea of what are the funding opportunities in Jamaica that you can access. There is a Development Bank of Jamaica. They have a Boosting Innovation, Growth and Entrepreneurs fund. Grant fund is aimed at providing greater revenue streams for medium-sized entities. So if you're coming into Jamaica in that regard, with grants of up to 14 million. There's a Tourism Enhancement Fund for those tourism projects I mentioned to you earlier. All right, you can borrow up to 25 million via the Exim Bank at 4.5% per annum. There's also the Rural Economic Development Initiative, again, aligning with those agriculture investment opportunities I spoke about. That's a 40 million loan agreement facilitated by Jamaica Social Investment Funds. And it's really for micro and small farmers can access grants of up to 400,000. So the funding opportunities are there. It's just for you to look and delve deep, and Jampro can help you and guide you through those activities. There's also the DBJ Venture Capital, right? So it's a program, it's an ecosystem development. It's a Jamaica Venture Capital program, it's an ecosystem development that creates a pool of funds that offers non-traditional financing options. So this is a really good tool for funding. And finally, there's a DBJ voucher, and it targets MSMEs because we do want that side of the economy as a critical component, right? They receive business grants to access business support services up to 70% of support services at a cost of up to 200,000. And I say these funding opportunities here because every time I engage the diaspora, there's the idea of, okay, I'm interested, but I also want support from the government. What are the vehicles of support that you can speak to me about? So I know that this information is very critical for the diaspora. Finally, what are the fiscal incentive opportunities? There's the omnibus fiscal incentive. So in a sense, you can access 30% employment tax credit. This is when you file for your tax in full and on time. You can claim 100% tax credit again when you pay statutory taxes in full. There's one of the major benefits I find with the omnibus fiscal incentive. You can carry forward up to 50% of your losses into the following year, which is very important. And of course, there's a reduction in stamp duty for some manufacturing or agricultural companies, and very important, the avoidance of import costs and stamp duties under what we call the productive input reliefs. And that particular relief is important for greenhouses and hydroponics. So all of those imports that would need to be done would fall under these productive input reliefs. So if you have an investment in the agri space or the ag tech space, greenhouse farming, it is very important, right? So, and I move to the special economic zone, and this is, I mentioned one critical factor here is low corporate income tax of 12.5% versus a 25% corporate income tax. And then there's a 10% productive tax credit for research and or training, and a 30% employment tax credit. So within the special economic zones, there are many incentives that you can gain as an operator within the special economic zone. I won't go into the large project and pioneer industries. So for argument's sake, if you establish your headquarters in Jamaica, you get tax exemption from personal income tax for expatriate employees, but you need to employ more than 29% of Jamaicans in your operations, of course. Again, I want to mention the tax exemption for the junior stock market listing. Mrs. Marlene Street Forest mentioned it earlier, that we have a 100% corporate income tax relief in the first 5 years from the date of admission to the junior stock exchange. And then there's also an exemption of 50% for corporate income tax in the following 5 years. This is significant for the small companies, the small or medium-sized companies who are entering the space, right? And I'll end there, actually. But what I will say is, if you have interest in any kind of investment opportunities across the range of sectors that I mentioned just now, feel free to reach out to JAMPRO. We are here to promote and to serve and to really walk you through your investment opportunities, your investment interests. And thank you very much for your time, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heron. We do have a few questions, and I really want to give some space for you to answer them. And I know that we are on that time constraint, so very quickly, from Ramesh, does JAMPRO act as a means to pool investors, or do investors have to find people to pool funds themselves?
So we have a dual approach. We try to help project owners, right, to source financing. But on the other side, we also connect financiers to project owners. So we try to do both. It is always a challenging space, but we operate in both areas. So what we may find is a project owner may need to raise financing. We will do the introductions to facilitate the raising of those financing.
Okay, thank you. From Andre, what percentage of the investment target for the agri projects have been achieved, and what's the funding shortfall? If you have that.
What percentage of the projects have been achieved?
Agri projects.
So there are a number of projects on the board now in terms of ag tech and agriculture projects. I wouldn't be able to speak to how much have been achieved at this point, because that's specific to each project. Each project, they're engaging different financiers and they're at different stages. So for argument's sake, I'm fair to say that some of the projects I mentioned here, because some of the information is clearly confidential, have reached a fairly advanced stage of sourcing financing. So if there is an interest, I will encourage you to reach out and get in touch with us as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And finally, do we have logistical agreements to export to India
and Singapore? I would have to delve into do some more research to answer this question. But I know that we have an ambassador currently in India who also addresses the Singapore region in Asia. So it's very easy for me to find out that information in terms of the shipping lines. One of the challenges from a logistics space is the shipping lines that come into Jamaica versus the rest of the world. The presentation would have spoken to the number of shipping lines that we have operating in Jamaica and the number of ports that we access on a weekly basis. So I will have to drill down into the numbers to find out all the countries, and I can share that information after the presentation. Not a problem on that.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and I'm sure got us all thinking about ways in which we can engage in the opportunities in Jamaica investment-wise. Thank you so much again, Mr. Heron.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
At this point, I would love to introduce Greg Fisher. Now, this presentation is going to take a slightly different format. It is going to take an interview format. Now, we want to give Mr. Fisher a very, very special welcome. He is the Managing Director and the Head of Private Wealth, EM Fixed Income at Jefferies LLC. He has been in the security business for over 30 years, and he is a former colleague of our Consul General, Alcyon Wilson. So on that note, I would like to welcome you, Greg Fisher. Thank you so much for being here with us and for sharing what we know is a wealth of knowledge, and we're really very much excited to have you here.
Thanks, Nicole. And I want to acknowledge Alcyon Wilson, the Consul General, as well as my also good friend, Dr. Marlene Street Forrest of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and all my friends down there.
Absolutely. Thank you. So first question for you, Mr. Fisher. Since we've reached the endemic stage with COVID, and we now are witnessing the war with Russia, Ukraine, what have you seen trading-wise when it comes to Jamaica's global bonds and the bonds of other Caribbean sovereigns?
Well, I think that, let me just back up a little bit. Last year, so as we were working our way through COVID towards hopefully the endemic, the Jamaica global market, the bond market did exceptionally well. We outperformed the MB Global Index, which is the benchmark. I think the benchmark was down about 2%, and Jamaica once again outperformed. And then obviously we made our way into the new year, and who would have guessed that as we, are able to at least loosen up a little bit and hopefully being the endemic, we find ourselves in kind of another once in a lifetime event, and that's the war in the Ukraine. What we've seen is obviously an effect on not just the Jamaica global bonds, but the rest of the emerging markets compressed from the standpoint of following the treasury market, both from the war issue and the inflationary issue globally. But again, if you look at Jamaica, there's a couple things that need to be pointed out. One is that it's still trading tighter than a higher rate of securities in the region. It seems like every time Jamaica trades towards the longer end of the Jamaica bond curve, even near that 6% range, a lot of buying comes in. And we really have not seen that as much in even higher credits like Dominican Republic or Trinidad. You've got Trinidad that certainly had some headwinds, but is doing much better now because of the price of oil, obviously. Dominican Republic issued bonds rated higher than Jamaica, but still trades wider, meaning at a higher yield than Jamaica bonds. And I think that's for a reason. And that's basically, if you listen to, all the speakers that we've been hearing, it's the fiscal stewardship. It's the fact that Jamaica during COVID managed very well. Many credits came to the market to issue during COVID. Jamaica chose not to. If you look at the fact that the Jamaica 22 global bonds matured, there's not too much on the near-term horizon from the standpoint of maturity. So Jamaica's really put themselves in a good position when it comes to this region, meaning the Caribbean region, as well as the emerging markets.
Thank you so much for that. Speaking of the war, what kind of volatility has the war put, in relation to like selling pressure on these global bonds?
Well, I can tell you my hair wasn't this gray before the war. It's put a lot of volatility on the markets, but you look at really what's causing that volatility. We've seen the Jamaica bonds retrace maybe 10 points, 12 points, while we've seen others in the region actually go down quite a bit more. But I think that the volatility is more following what's going on in the world than what's going on in Jamaica. The other positive thing that has created, it's a positive negative. It's created a lot of volatility, but I think it's a big positive. Years ago, when I started first trading Jamaica bonds, and we're going back to the 90s, probably 85% of the Jamaica global bond holders were the locals down there in Jamaica and the Caribbean. That percentage now is probably, I'm just guessing, and this is my own opinion, is probably less than 40%. And what we've seen over the last, I'd say probably 4 or 5 years, pre-COVID and even during COVID, we've seen a lot of these ETFs, which are balanced funds that buy stocks, they buy bonds, and they sprinkle some high yield to beat the benchmark. And that high yield, they want something stable, they want something liquid, and it tends to be Jamaica a lot of the time. We've seen now the hands of the Jamaica debt move quickly. I mean, when I say quickly, 3 or 4 years versus, 39 years I've been doing this is pretty quick, from the local hands spread out globally to where, yes, there is a good appetite down there for the government of Jamaica US dollar bonds, but there's an equal, if not more, appetite when it comes to real US end money, tier 1 money, and these ETFs I'm talking about. So yes, that's created more volatility because if you go back in time, and if most of the bonds were being held locally, we wouldn't see so much selling and buying. We are in a bear market. When you see the market, the stock market up 300, down 300, up 300, down 300, you see a Fed that is hiking really for the first time, fighting inflation since the 80s. That's causing some stress, and the markets have to reprice. If the bonds were being held locally, I don't think you'd have that big a repricing as you are across most curves that are being held where their bonds are held globally. And now Jamaica's in that caveat of their bonds widely held. But I think that's a positive, because I think from the standpoint, of the government and what they try to accomplish by making sure that certainly the debt that they do have to raise is not just held locally, they've done a good job at doing that. If you also look at from a debt perspective, it was a couple of years ago, we've heard a couple speakers talk about it, that Jamaica's debt to GDP was among the highest in the world. I think something I read that from a budget standpoint, Jamaica is hoping to be at 60 times debt to GDP by 2027. And I know pre-COVID, it was just under 100, probably 95, 96. That is an incredible accomplishment. And that's gotten the attention of these global investors. One final comment on that, you look 5, 6, 7 years ago, right after NDX1, NDX2, which was the local restructuring, and Jamaica was going through fiscal austerity, and it was an IMF program, and it was tough times. And we've seen a shift now over the last 3 years, pre-COVID and going to COVID, where the more seasoned or the crown jewel credits back then that were considered Barbados or Trinidad, now we've seen Jamaica kind of move up to that crown jewel in the CAC region. And actually one of the most fluid and highly sought after credits in LATAM and the rest of the emerging markets. If Jamaica wanted to issue, even in these volatile times, even in these turbulent times, this deal would be met with, I think, a very solid reception.
Well, we're all pleased to hear that, Greg, definitely. So you mentioned the repricing that's taking place in the market, the Fed being more hawkish, inflation running rampant. We're all feeling the effects. So specifically, what effects do you see these higher rates having on the pricing and the trading of these bonds?
I mean, it's a great question. I'm not an economist, and I think that you look at what the Fed is doing, and I think Jay Powell has done a terrific job, in my opinion, and he certainly doesn't want to go down as the first Fed chairman in 40 years not to win the battle against inflation. I mean, that's their job, is to keep inflation in check, and that's what they like. So I think they're going to be aggressive. I think that what's happening now, when Jay Powell came out it's actually this past Monday, and really had a more hawkish tone than he's had in the past by saying that he may be inclined to raise maybe 50 basis points come the May meeting. He would not be opposed to it. That is something that we wouldn't have guessed would have come out of Jay Powell's mouth, who has been a relative big dove for many, many years, even under Ben Bernanke. And I think he's doing that from the standpoint that whether you're a believer that this is real organic inflation or it's a supply side issue, post-COVID war, temporary type inflation, it doesn't really matter. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is that the Fed is going to do all they can to tame it. It's my opinion. I'm of the believer it's kind of the latter, where it's not the organic inflation that we saw in the 80s that took years and years to build up. I think this was synthetically grown from all the stimulus that had to be given globally during the pandemic. And then you add the war to it, and it just added on more and more inflation. But we're still seeing, regardless of what you think, 7.9% inflation is the highest in a long time here in the States. It's got to be dealt with. I think organically, inflation, as hopefully the war will end soon, at some point it will, obviously. COVID, I'm hoping we're in the rearview mirror. I think you're going to see inflation ebb back down organically. So I think regardless of what the Fed does, they're going to want to take the victory lap as being responsible, or being viewed as the ones responsible for lowering inflation. What's interesting, if you look at an inflation futures, they're basically at 2%, where they've been for the last 5 or 6 years. And you would have expected in the last year, last 6 months, last 3 months, and especially since Russia invaded Ukraine, those numbers would have jumped, meaning where people think inflation will be in 5 years. Those numbers haven't budged one iota. So I think this is a temporary spasm, so to speak. And I think when you look at the government of Jamaica bonds, where you're looking at levels that are a lot lower than they were, let's say, in January by 15 points, with yields that are certainly better, I think that even though it's contrarian thought and it's nerve-wracking and it's volatile, it's those that kind of go in and start dipping in and buying now, that as we see things smooth out, as we see this situation in Russia and Ukraine finally get resolved, which I think it obviously will at some point, and we see inflation start coming down, I think you're then going to see prices normalize far quicker than people think. We saw back in March of 20 during the shutdown, we saw the Jamaica bonds go down 30 points, 40 points in a couple days, and basically got half of that back within the first couple of weeks. So the volatility is tough for the stomach to take. But if you believe in the fiscal stewardship of the country and how well Jamaica's done and the tourism numbers that I think have been bolstered since we've really entered the endemic, I think that you got to really kind of bite the bullet and go against the grain and say, you know, I know the prices are low and there's a lot going on in the world. A lot of things can happen. We don't know what Putin is going to do, but at these levels, I need to buy some here before things go back up, because when they go back up so quickly, you don't have time to get in.
Oh, well, listen, Greg, definitely, I feel like I'm going to sleep better tonight just based on what you just said. Very, very important for building confidence. But when it does come to those current buyers that you referred to, is it mainly the bankers and broker dealers that are buying these bonds from you? Who are the buyers?
Well, from my standpoint, my clientele are the banks and broker dealers in Latin America and the Caribbean. But if you look at what we do at Jefferies, we represent basically around 80% of the overall flow. A lot of the buyers are these ETFs that I was talking about and the real end money. Now, what's been really interesting about the Jamaica bonds, and this is important to really get this across, is since January and during the downdraft, because obviously the Fed has changed their aggressive, going from transitory inflation to we've got to fight inflation quickly, sharply, and quickly. We have seen the real end money, meaning the real U.S. tier one institutions, really do nothing when it comes to their Jamaica holdings. We've seen very little selling, even on the down days. We've seen some buying here and there, but really not too much activity when it comes to the major U.S. mutual fund tier one holders. The real volatility has come from these ETFs, these exchange traded funds that basically have a hodgepodge of many different types of securities, U.S. stocks, U.S. bonds, corporate bonds, high grade, high yield, and in that high yield silo is included or sprinkled some emerging market debt like Jamaica. So when the stock market goes down 300 or 400 points, and they may have either margin pressures or redemptions, they've got to sell something to create that cash, and they usually sell the thing that's doing the best, that they don't have to take the biggest hit, and that ends up being Jamaica. So that's why we've seen so much volatility on the Jamaica bond curve really since the beginning of the year.
Makes sense. And last but certainly not least, when it comes to the Caribbean, how would you rank Jamaica's global bonds in comparison to other Caribbean credits?
Well, because I'm always, I have my soft spot for Jamaica. I'm always going to say that's number one. But when you look at not just the trading, but the spreads and the yields, it's certainly, and you also look at the appetite in ETFs. I would say when you look at the bonds that are first targeted when there is a risk on day in the markets where we see the real end money or the ETFs come in to buy, what are the emerging market bonds in the LATAM region, which includes the Caribbean? Which are the ones they're buying? It's really Jamaica, it's Dominican Republic, and you may see some Costa Rica and Panama activity. Panama's more, high grade, but those are really the bulk of the bonds that people are buying. We've got a lot of situations in the Caribbean that are tough. Barbados is coming through a restructuring. Bahamas, I think they're in a tough situation where it's my opinion that they're either going to have to raise taxes, which the Prime Minister says is a last resort, or they're going to have to do an IMF program, one or the other. We have a country like Costa Rica in Central America that's not right now involved in an IMF program. You've seen all the news about El Salvador. So you can see all this noise that's out there. And Jamaica has smartly and purposely stayed out of the fray. And I think that is very important when things are tough, whether it was March of 20 and we had the global shutdown, or right now, while we are, all of us are on edge each night about what's going on over in Europe. You look at Jamaica and it's really stayed out of that noisy spot. And I think that's what makes it such an alluring credit.
Thank you so much. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that I learned so much. And definitely even those who are very well educated in this area certainly benefited from an update. And as a Jamaican, I'm feeling extremely positive after hearing you, Greg. Thank you so much for sharing this evening. Thank you.
It is always my pleasure.
Take care and keep loving Jamaica. We're here for that.
I always will. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
At this point, I would like to invite Mr. Vernon James, who is definitely a very, very relevant and topical speaker to talk to us about Link. We're going to hear about Jamaica's changing financial space towards a cashless Jamaica. I am going to be taking notes. Certainly, some of us have been waiting a long time for Jamaica to move in this direction. So on that note, I'd like to welcome Mr. James. He's the CEO of TFOB, and they manage Link, which is the first digital financial service in Jamaica.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you, Nicole. And thanks for having me. Consul General Alcion Wilson, my fellow presenters, thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. Not seeing my presentation up.
We aren't seeing it, Mr. James.
And I'm not seeing it. Is it up?
No, I'm not seeing it. But would you be able to go ahead and perhaps someone behind the scenes? Okay.
Let me just go through. So we have a fantastic, oh, there it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have a fantastic opportunity in Jamaica. We can go to the next slide. What is happening is that there is a transformation that is taking place in the financial landscape. Jamaica has about $10 trillion in transactions annually, or about 50 million transactions. Now, for our guests that are not in Jamaica, that's Jamaican dollars, not US dollars. Maybe one day we'll get to 10 trillion US, who knows, but it's 10 trillion Jamaican dollars. And what has happened since COVID is that we have accelerated the digitization of those transactions. So for example, check transactions have declined approximately 45% in the last 2 years. Electronic transactions, you're talking now, your point of sale transactions and so on have gone up 25%. And when we launched Link, we went to the market and we asked them, if they wanted to do more of their transactions digitally. And the answer was a resounding yes. Jamaica is ready to adopt digital payments. And then just recently, you would have heard that the central bank digital currency, gloriously named Jamdex, was launched. And the minister did his first transaction live on TV in his budget debate a few weeks ago. So we are one of the first countries to have a digital currency being used, and we're proud of that. But that's just the tip of the iceberg of where we're going. All right, next slide, please. So who is Link? Link is your payment solution at this time. As simple as it gets, that's what we are now. We're easy to love. We're impossible to forget. But Link is an evolving solution. Link is the solution for the Jamaican people, the digital solution, where we will eventually become where you want to do your business from a digital standpoint. So we want to be, or we will be, the ecosystem you go to live. All the transactions you want to do, you will do in our Link app. We're very proud of that. Next slide. The mission of Link is to empower the Caribbean people to pursue their dreams by using technology, some very expensive and cutting edge technology to revolutionize finance. Now, what that means is, now in Jamaica, we have a large portion of the society that they're locked out from financial services. They don't have bank accounts, or if they do, they hardly use them. Link is going to be that bridge to widen that net and bring more people into the digital financial services market. And all people need to be there because the future of financial services is digital. Next slide, please. When we designed Link, we designed it with certain pillars. We wanted Link to be fast and easy. So simple, as easy as cash, but not as inconvenient as cash is. Secure, we wanted to ensure that when you use Link, you could have the same confidence that you would have whether you use cash or whether you use any banking service that you would normally use. And we wanted Link to be accessible. You must be able to use Link everywhere. So those are the three pillars that we designed for the consumers. For the merchants, we wanted to make life easier for them. We wanted it to be frictionless. No transaction fees for some merchants, instantaneous. So you would receive your payment instantly through the use of QR code. And of course, the same. We wanted you to have faith that when you transact business with Link, it would be safe. So when we launched to the market in December, we launched with those pillars in mind. And we have done, I think, fairly well, or very well so far, since we've gone to market. Next slide. So far we have over 700, I think over 800 now, small businesses that accept Link. Now let me explain the small business. Most Jamaicans, when they transact their business, they go and they do it at corner shops, their hairdressers, their barbers. The way to create an immersive and expansive financial network where people can use this app is to involve them in the points that they do their business. So we've embarked on a journey to get as many of these small businesses on our app as possible. And that is financial inclusion. Many of these small businesses are primarily cash businesses. We want them on our app so you can use them on our app. And so far, so good. We have over 800 small merchants, and for each transaction that they do, they get $200 cash back. So we are strong among merchants, but we are also very, very strong so far with the consumer. We have over 65,000 users on the app, and remember, we just launched in December. We have big plans. We think that once we continue to bring value to the Jamaican people, Link will be their preferred way to do business wherever they do business. That is our aim, and that is what we're working towards. We're building the app that Jamaica wants and loves to use. Next slide, please. Oh.
I am Mario Bandu, owner and operator of Mario's Barber and Beauty Salon. I've been in existence for over 5 years, but professionally I've been in the business for more than 15 years. The experience here at Mario's, it is not just a barber to a client, it is more of a family type of vibe. Link was introduced to me by a representative. Right away I see where I can benefit from the Link and how it can enhance my business. As I say, it's more convenient. People pay for convenience, and with convenience, you will generate more revenues from all aspects of whatever business you're in. We always say, from you have Link, you have Connect, and from you have Connect, you have Link, so always will keep the Link.
That's right. Link connecting all the people in Jamaica through the places that they do their business. That is Link. So along those lines, we want to expand financial inclusion. Too long now, people have been left out of the formal financial services. And fortunately for us, Link is a product of a company called TFOB. TFOB really stands for the Future of Business. And the Future of Business is a subsidiary of NCB. We are bringing the best of NCB to the wide masses of Jamaica. And we are an independent company. We are not a bank, but we offer the equivalent, I would say, of what people would be used to in terms of services of a bank account and so on, easily and conveniently to this, your phone. That is what we're doing. We're happy for the NCB is sponsoring us on this journey, but it shows just how much NCB believes that the future of finances is digital. We are also changing the landscape because we're making things simple. We're making it accessible. We have invested a lot of time and effort into the building of our app. And we believe, and we have gotten feedback from our customers, that the engagement and the interaction with the app is good. But we're not going to just rest there because we are constantly innovating our app. And so what you can expect from Link is, at a very frequent basis, perhaps even once a month, the app will be updated with features that bring more value to the customers and the people of Jamaica. And through that process, we are accelerating our agenda to be at the forefront of financial innovation for Jamaica and eventually throughout the Caribbean. We have big plans at Link. We intend to revolutionize the financial landscape across the Caribbean. All right, so next slide, please. You don't see recently the BOJ and the government doing a lot of marketing around the digital currencies and around their Jamdex. That's the currency with the Aki logo, good Jamaican logo. What the currency is, it's really a digital token issued by the central bank. What it is basically is digital money. It's the same as your cash. It's just in a digital form held in a digital account that is managed and governed by the Bank of Jamaica, but held through the wallet that you use. Link is the first and only wallet at this time that offers Jamdex. We're proud of that. It has been a journey to get here, quite a journey in terms of an investment. But the BOJ are our partners on this. And Link being a part of the sandbox, we are regulated by the Bank of Jamaica, just like other entities that are regulated by the Bank of Jamaica. We are also regulated by them, so you can have faith that we are watched carefully by the central bank. But the central bank digital currency is a big deal. What it means basically is that you can have your cash digitally held with whichever wallet. Link is the only wallet now. We are likely not going to be the only wallet in maybe 6 months that you can utilize your digital currency, and you will be able to go to whichever merchant you want to and pay that merchant with the CBDC, with Jamdex. So you should have the faith, same faith that you have when you use your cash. And when you use Jamdex, it's just as secure, it's just as safe. And you will be able to use it wherever you can use Link. And remember, we expect to take Link everywhere. So in a year from now, you should be able to use Link everywhere. Next slide, please. My presentation is short and sweet, but I wanted to directionally take you where we're going. So for the rest of the year, we're going to unlock certain features. cross-border payments. That is the ability to send money from overseas to directly to your wallet in Jamaica. We're going to unlock that not long from now. We're going through a process. We have to be approved for it, but we've engaged that process. We are going to be spreading throughout the merchant landscape. So if you look at merchants in 3 categories, you have small, medium, large. We're currently engaging all the small and medium merchants, I think, that we can, and eventually the large merchants. So our intention is that you'll be able to use Link everywhere, whether you go to whichever supermarket you go to, or you go to whichever fast food place you want to go to. But of course, there's some basic functionality that we will have very shortly. Mobile top-up, so you'll be able to top up with whichever mobile provider. Bill payments, so you'll be able to pay your bills with whichever provider you want, whether it be GPS or Flow. You will have that functionality within the app within the next few months. And then, as we expand our footprint across Jamaica, you will be able to use, of course, as I said before, the CBDC to do your transactions through Link with those merchants that accept Link. And very, very shortly, I think our next feature release, the broad masses in Jamaica will be able to cash into their Link account and cash out through ABM. Now, remember, the Link account is not a bank account. And you can open your Link account with just your phone and an ID in about 5 minutes. And you will be able to use the Link app right now, primarily for P2P payments, so you can make a transfer to your friend. But very shortly, you'll be able to use that app and do a myriad of things. And every month, we will add more things within the app for you to do. So we are Link. And we will have functionality very shortly that will allow you, our Jamaicans here and abroad, to avail of various features and products within our app. In a nutshell, that is my presentation today, but I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vernon. We do have some questions first from Consul General Wilson. Please go ahead.
Wow, big question.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Mr. Vernon, I have a whole host of questions. I did see about 3 of them that I wanted to ask in the chat. So I'm only going to ask the ones that I have jotted down that they're not currently in the chat. As it relates to the wallet, what happens? Do you need a password to access the wallet? And if yes, what happens if you forget your password? How do you access the wallet should you forget your password? That's one. Number 2, any plans on listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange? Well, so you know what's coming, my IPO.
Yeah.
And the other question that I have that I did not see in the chat is, and I think you alluded a little bit to that, is taking Link outside of Jamaica, cross-border, so to the US, because where we are in New York, we have the largest diaspora community based in the US. So New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and so forth. And I am sure that our diaspora members that resides in these states are wondering if they will be able to utilize this service soon.
All right.
So those are.
So let me answer your first question. So your first question is to onboard. When you're onboarding with Link, yes, you're not a password. You're asked to enter a PIN that you should remember, but your biometrics are also recorded. So your face is recorded at different angles and so on. And that is what primarily gets you into Link. So to get into Link, you need not one of the high-end smartphones, but you need smartphones that can go through that process. of videoing your face and so on, just like what you would experience when you onboard with any of the new phones that you have. Now, if you forget so say for whatever reason your face isn't going through and you forget your PIN, just like everything else, there is verification that sends you a message and asks you to verify, and then through that process of verification, you'll be able to get through, just like you would exist now if you forgot your password for any of your other apps that you may use. We didn't reinvent the wheel there, we just took best practice from what exists and we included it in Link, and so far that has worked very well. So try not to forget your PIN, but if you do, the various stages of verification will leave you out. You will still be able to get onto the app. The next question is my favorite. Are we planning to list on the stock exchange? We dream big at Link. I would say anything is possible. What we're aiming to do is to bring value to the customers of Jamaica and then to the wider Caribbean. And then once we do that, we will look to see how we do have shareholders. Our shareholders may want to monetize their value at some point. So I cannot give a confirmation that we will list Link. What I can say is that all options will be on the table. And I think your third question was, what are the plans for Link outside of Jamaica, or we have big plans? Because what we're doing, Jamaica is not unique in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, you have millions of people who fall in the unbanked and underbanked space, and we want to free them. We want to allow them to do the business, just like in Jamaica, that they would be able to do. So our intention is to start in Jamaica and then to expand in the Caribbean. Now, for the people in the diaspora, once you can satisfy the requirements of onboarding on the Link app, which is really a Jamaican idea at this point, you also will be able to download the app. So the potential for that for you is once we unlock certain other features like cross-border and so on, you'll be able to cross-border payments. You'll be able to transact business using the app like anybody else. So the idea is to bring the features and the functionality of the app to Jamaicans, wherever they choose to do or their business, or even eventually wherever they choose to reside. Once you can satisfy the KYC requirements of onboarding with Link, there are no restrictions, I think, for you to do business.
Okay. And Nicole, I'm sorry, may I ask one last question? I'm so sorry.
Please.
I really want to learn a lot about this this platform. Is Link then similar to Cash App or no?
Yes, Link is similar to Cash App. Picture Cash App and I guess Venmo in Jamaica, but as I said before, that's just where we are, or that's where we're gonna be in like a couple of months. But Link is going to evolve into a full super app. That is, you'll be able to through Link shop and do business at a number of merchants that would have partnered with us to bring their products to the app. So yes, as it is now, we are starting off as a payment service, but we are going to evolve into a full service provider because we want to keep you in the app. We want you to wake up in the morning and use the app. After you eat your breakfast, we want you to use the app. On the road, when you're taking your taxi, we want you to use the app. You're going to take a bus, we want you to use the app. So you get the idea. We want you to use the app for everything that you do. And it is our intent to bring that functionality to you. We have a great team based in a number of countries building that functionality within the app for you.
All right.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, CG. Mr. Heron, your question, please go ahead.
My schoolmate from Wilmot.
Yes,
I don't think of all
Vernon,
the Wilmerians.
big up our Aggie Quadragis, right?
Yeah, what I get quite a gift.
All right, so excellent. I love the fact that Links is you know, a part of the payment services. In my former life, I was into payment services with one of the banks locally. A major opportunity here, and we're talking to the diaspora now. Jamaica takes, you know, roughly almost 3 billion remittances a year, right? And I know that there are significant compliance requirements when it comes to cross-border transactions. I know, yes, I heard that you have to overcome. However, what are the plans as it relates to locals receiving those remittances on the app? Because that will automatically open up a lot of the channels for you, and also for the unbanked, who are largely a lot of the remittance receivers. So you have a real connection there. And I'll be very interested to find out, because that will drive commerce in Jamaica significantly.
Well, Gabriel, absolutely. So the plans are really for us to go and pursue the full functionality, which would allow remittances to be sent directly to the app.
Okay.
I would say that we expect to be able to unlock that functionality at some point within the next 6 months. My chief product officer will probably be shooting me to hear that, but we do plan to unlock it so people can receive remittances directly to their wallet. But you know, I tell you something, Gabriel, you know what we want is for people to be able to send their money, of course, satisfying all the necessary KYC that the Bank of Jamaica requires the sending of money to satisfy, because the remittance falls under its own set of regulations. But we want people to be able to send their money in a similar way. You can send it from your phone directly to either your account and the link wallet, or to you know, somebody else within the link wallet and to receive it here. We are working on that, you know, so that you don't have to go and line up in front of one of the remittance companies to send money to Jamaica. It's like some 1980s things. That is not the way to do business now. We expect to be able to offer people the functionality, again, once they're able to satisfy the KYC requirements, to be able to send their money digitally, you know, through their phone or through their bank account, directly to the link wallet. So we're working on it. Stay tuned. It will happen, I think, within the next 6 months. But yes, we expect that will unlock a whole portion of the market.
Congratulations on a great product, by the way. I have to do that plug.
Thank you.
Really good.
Thank you.
And he's not just saying that because y'all went to Wilmer's. I see the Wilmer's.
No, we don't do those things as Wilmerians.
Thank you so much, Vernon, for updating us and educating us on Link. I was just saying to the CG, I need to get with the program, and so I'll be exploring it, certainly within the next couple of weeks. So thank you so much. There are a couple more questions that, because of time, I would love for either you or I see that you have a team member, Kemal.
Yes.
In the chat as well, Mr. Burke, who has been answering questions. So I'll ask anyone with questions about Link to just put them in the chat. Don't send them as a direct message to me. Just send them in the chat, and Team Link will definitely be answering. Thank you so much, Mr. James.
Thanks for having me, and thank you, Team Jamaica. Thank you.
Team Jamaica, always, 100%. Okay, I would like to now welcome Miss Nora Blake. She is the manager of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, which is a subsidiary, a relatively new subsidiary of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and it was launched in 2019. She is going to talk to us about how members of the diaspora can assist the Jamaica social sector through the Social Stock Exchange. Ms. Blake, over to you. I can see your presentation, so you can go ahead.
Thank you, Nicole, for your introduction.
Good evening, everyone. Special good evening to CG, Alcyon, and all protocols would have been observed. And in the interest of time, I'll just get with it. So I'm going to tell you about the Social Stock Exchange in terms of how the Social Stock Exchange exists to encourage your investment in the social sector. So I'm making my case for the JSSE to you, a case for transparency and accountability. It is what we believe is important in building trust, in particular for the social economy, where you're talking about philanthropy, you're talking about donating your hard-earned money, making an investment in the social sector with the hope that you will see the return. Yes? So, okay, let's get going here. I'm sorry, we are supposed to be on okay. So we have basically, when the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange was launched in 2019, it was felt that there is a basic problem that they could fill a gap for, which is there are many organizations traditionally over the years which have been doing important social work to improve the quality of lives of our people in vulnerable communities, vulnerable circumstances. However, the organizations in the social sector tend to struggle to get predictable and adequate financial support to make them sustainable. So the JSSE has decided that it would like to facilitate this need of the social sector. So we're putting the pieces together for Jamaica and the diaspora to partner in trust to be able to facilitate the sustainable growth that we need in the social sector. Our vision, therefore, is to assist Jamaica in developing a robust and sustainable social sector by 2030 in alignment with our national vision of development for development by creating this platform which will allow widespread participation. And by widespread participation, we're talking about diaspora, Jamaica, and everything in between both. Now, the mission, therefore, of the JSSE is this. For us, it's a national approach. It is not a corporate social responsibility initiative of the JSE, if I could make that very clear, right? It's a national approach, hence the desire to have the diaspora very involved from Jumpstart and all the stakeholders that are in the ecosystem. Our mission being to create that platform, that place that is transparent, that will allow for fair and efficient transactions to take place. This enabling sustainability, that's always going to be what it's about for us, the sustainability of the social sector, by facilitating the access and the social inclusion for all in the Jamaican economy. So the JSSE platform exists to assist entities in the social economy or social sector, and we call them collectively the social sector organizations, okay? What we want to happen on the platform for you, the social investing public, is to be able to report to you results that are going to be measurable, through projects that are monitored, that are giving you transparent reporting. And all of this will happen and is happening on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange platform. This is where we are now in terms of where we've started. We've started with projects on our not-for-profit platform. And then we will have a second level once the legislation is ready, where we will have impact investment on the second platform. Now, what is very, very important about what we're doing at the JSSE is that we want to also offer measurement, the impact measurement. And for that, our tools are currently being developed And we know that that is critical, especially for the diaspora, as you're not here to see the project itself, how it's progressing. And it would be a critical factor in deciding how much you invest, how often you invest, and so on. We have some core values, big, big, big. Inclusion, equity, accountability, excellence. Let me just focus on inclusion a little bit. You know, the Jamaican economy is one that suffers probably from one of the highest levels of inequality and inequity in the region, in the whole region. So we believe that what we're doing at the Social Stock Exchange, through including the social sector in the way that we're doing it, it's going to bring about a greater level of inclusion into the formal economy. And ultimately, we will see this reflected in our bottom line, which is our GDP. How we're going to go about it, we have our thinking, our strategic objectives. It is to provide first this self-sustaining platform for long-term growth and development of the sector through the establishment of the two markets that I mentioned earlier. Further, we want to work to develop an ecosystem that brings everybody together, the stakeholders. Like I alluded to earlier, the diaspora is a part of that ecosystem. We're talking about the social sector organizations. We're talking about the funding agencies. We're talking about the donors. We're talking about the foundations. We're talking about your civil society groups, your benevolent societies, whatever form they would take. But what it is really is to get a balance. When we build this ecosystem, we can all be working towards developing that right balance between economic and social development as we build and work through partnership. I think Dr. Street Forest alluded to it or mentioned it in her remarks, that we believe that sustainable growth is what is necessary and good for development. So our tagline is sustainable growth through partnership. Okay, so it's not our core business to be working in the social sector, meaning the JSE. We are the subsidiary that has been now set up to focus on the social economy, but we realize that we need to do it in partnership with players that are already in the sector. And of course, we can do for the sector what nobody else can do, which is facilitate equity investment. Another clear objective, strategic objective for us is to, of course, enhance capital formation in a safe, efficient, and transparent medium. We also want to build the institutional capacity of the social sector organizations, because what you're talking about, oftentimes our social sector entities will complain, just like the MSME sector, which happens to be where most social sector organizations would fall in the economy, that there's a problem in accessing capital. Yeah, but often when you look behind the veil, you realize there's no capacity to handle the capital. Yeah, so that's a very big part of what we do at the Social Stock Exchange. It's not just bringing a project or an entity to the platform to be funded, but even before they qualify for funding, we will help them to be able to build out their capacity to be able to deliver that to you, which they have promised. So we have 4 value propositions that we are making. First, it's at the national level, which is, we are inspired by the fact that our Jamaica Stock Exchange has been #1 performing stock market in the world, not once, but twice, and consistently in the top 5, top 10 globally. We believe that Jamaica, if we do this right through the Social Stock Exchange of trying to get that balance in our economic and our social development, that we could actually set a new international standard, a model for holistic development of a country. So that's one of our value proposition, and we pitch that to government in particular, and that's one of our partner in the ecosystem that we work with. But it really speaks to everybody, even the small man, everybody. In terms of our corporates, the private sector and the listed companies on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, main market, junior market, we are able to facilitate the initiatives that they already undertake. Most have corporate social responsibility activities in their budget and as a part of their business practice. We think that through working with the Social Stock Exchange, we can help to maximize the value of what they do with their corporate social responsibility dollar. And of course, our beloved diaspora, the individuals in the diaspora who want to support the development back home, and the foundations that are here that they choose to support, as well as foundations that are in the diaspora, meaning they have their own ideas, their own projects. We would also be able to facilitate this through the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. And we have another value proposition to our international development partners that we can give support to them so that they can actually improve and exceed their involvement in Jamaica's development. Quickly, the process. So the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange is designed to be implemented in 2 phases. Each is going to be a market distinct. We're in the current market because of the limitation on the legislation for, the second market. So we are currently operating Market 1. Market 1 is a sophisticated type of crowdfunding. It is our Jamaica social investment market, but we just call it Market 1 for ease, in which contributions, donations are sent in, made on the platform to the selected projects that the JSSC has put out to the public for the social investor to make a donation. This can be individuals or organizations. In doing that, we have some commitment that we make, and most importantly is to give you transparency and accountability for every dollar. So that's why we are a sophisticated crowdfunding platform of type in terms of how we operate. You're not sending your money into a black hole and, you know, I sent it for a project to do with development of our children's character in the schools, and I don't know anything about it. I don't know where it's going. That's not going to happen for any project that's on the Social Stock Exchange. Now, as soon as legislation, which is that which will give recognition to social businesses. Social businesses are called social enterprises, meaning they are businesses just like any of those entities that are listed on the main market or on the junior market. And what they focus on is a mission. They have a social mission. They want to fix a social problem, a socio-economic need. They want to fix an environmental issue. They want to fix a cultural issue. But they're also able to generate a surplus. They provide goods and services. It's just that their focus is not, their bottom line is not that of maximizing profit to enrich the owners of the business or even the shareholders. It is about focusing on maintaining the mission, right? So that, nothing like that exists in the vernacular, in the dialogue in the legal system. So it is a matter of us waiting on the government to set the framework and okay for us through cabinet, the framework for the legal status of social enterprises, because now we're talking about accepting equity investment into a social organization. So we need a legislation to guide that. Overall, how that works in terms of those 2 markets, it actually forms or enables us to provide a trajectory for growth for the social sector. And it's very deliberate because we are starting where we had to start, which is in the not-for-profit sector. And it tends to be that in the not-for-profit sector, sometimes, more often than not, I would say, the business acumen might not be at the level that it is in the other sector, private sector, for example. So what we are doing is basically facilitating social sector to level up so that they can operate in a way that will get them to that place where they can move even from being not-for-profit, charity, into that place where they could be operating goods and services to support their mission, and they're operating with all the ethics and all principles of modern business, all the management principles, all the marketing principles, and so on. So what we're looking at here is we're trying to push a fourth sector in the economy. So some of the social entrepreneurs like myself, we see the social enterprises being the next sector of our economy. And I mean, that's just really big. You're talking about now investing in something that was not previously invested in, our social sector, right? And this now is going to be the real value of, or the real, what would you call it, lever that will bring sustainability to the social sector. So it's not that there will never be a place for philanthropy or donation. That will always, I think, be a part of the landscape. But what we're talking about here is getting to that place of self-sustainability. And of course, there can be a balance all the time in the economy between the not-for-profit and the equity funded sector or type of social sector organization. Of course, we just believe totally, and it has been a proven fact because of the dynamics of how the economy works, that when there is growth in the social sector, it brings growth overall to the economy. So there's a definite push, and as we're saying here, a strategic intent to get this happening in our social economy, where we're moving from philanthropy only, not for profit, to a place of generating surplus, and so growing the economy. Now, who can apply? Where we're operating now, I'm going to speak to the first market. Who can apply for donations, for selection and listing on the JSSE? Our NGOs, our community organizations and service clubs, our foundations, our charities that are registered. And this is highlighted as I speak to the diaspora. Charities that are formed and managed in the diaspora, if they're registered in Jamaica, they can be eligible to be funded here on the Social Stock Exchange. Our associations like Citizens Associations, Parent Teachers Association, any entity like that. There's a process, of course. Governance the governance issue starts here for us at the Social Stock Exchange. There's an application form that is available on our website, jsscja.com, and the application is made for consideration. And I just want to make this point too, that part of our ethos is not about rejecting, because we're trying to build a sector in the economy, and we know that there are, we know the capacity, we know it's there. We just want to facilitate it and see it happen. So an application that comes in is never rejected and thrown out. If it is not up to standard in terms of being able to tick all the boxes, part of what the JSSE offers is the capacity to help them to build and to grow their own capacity so that they can be more marketable to you, the investor. Because there's no point in you donating, investing funds into an entity that is not able to deliver the expectation that is there. So we give feedback when the application comes in and we work through, and the hope is that eventually all of them will get to that place where the capacity is there to get the funding from the market. So after that initial sifting and, assisting, hand-holding and filing them, funneling them into the system of, where can we help, how can we help build you out, you do have a selection that is made. And we have good governance in the JSSE. We have a board, and we have a committee of the board that does the selection and listing of the projects. And so that's where the final selection is made. And when a project is selected by the board, then now we are able to put it to the market to seek funding from our social investors. by way of donations. We have found that there are 10 points that we encourage our applicants to go through. And this is usually the first step for success. And it starts with, I'll just run through it real quickly. You have to be solving a problem. What's the problem you're trying to solve? If you can't identify that, then that's where you need to start. What are the solutions that you are offering? What are the strategic actions that will make you be able to implement your solutions? What's going to be the impact of your action? Who will you have in the organization responsible to deliver the strategic actions? What resources are you going to need for your solutions to be effective? Do you have a track record of success to date? Because, you know, success builds on success, so it is a factor to be considered. Not to say we will not work with a startup, okay? Please note. How are your goals aligned with those of the donors, the investors? And one of the things that we do at the Social Stock Exchange is we have already hired and done some market research to see where it is that the market has an interest to put their donation funds, right? So you would want to align with where donors want to invest, where are they willing to put their financial support? What is your value proposition for what you're intending to do? And what is your value to the sector? Having gone through that process that we offer as a guide, it is very important. Again, I'm speaking to you as investors to the social sector. Now, the idea is the social businesses or the social sector organizations ought not to be operating at any less of a level of efficiency and effectiveness than the businesses that are listed on the junior market or the main market. It's just that they might be smaller and their focus might not be to generate maximum profit for the stakeholders, okay? So you have to have a business plan, a brief description of that business must be submitted. How is the business going to be structured? What's your legal structure? It has to be a registered entity in Jamaica. Governance, as I alluded earlier, is very critical. Not everyone entity will have a board, for example, but even an advisory committee, some sort of governance must be in place. There must be a focal point, a reporting officer, so on, you know. We look at the briefs that are submitted on board members, background and expertise in the area for which the project is focusing is good. One of the things that the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange will do to help the business is to provide a business mentor. That's a model that we have lifted from the junior market of the stock exchange, where it's one of the big success factors for the junior market, where business mentors are provided or required by the junior market companies. In terms of your brief description, it would include, you know, your organizational chart and so on, and your different levels of management and financial support and other key players. I'm going to just go through this quickly by way of just mentioning the components of the business plan like any other business plan. The point I want to make here is that because it is social does not mean that we're going to operate at a lower level than the companies that are listed on the stock exchange, okay? Because remember, the Jamaica Stock Exchange has achieved significant success, and we believe we can do the same if we follow the pattern of success of the JSC. So stuff like your customer and market analysis, you know, your marketing plan, your operational plan, short-term, long-term. You would submit to us your business plan for your project as well as a project budget. Now, when it comes to financials, especially you're talking about small, maybe inexperienced entities in the social sector, not as mature or as advanced as our private sector, this is part of what we facilitate. We also have created, we have gotten the expertise to create templates that are a part of what you will submit in your business plan to make it easy, standardizing the process for the transparency and the accountability that we're speaking about. So we have templates that will speak to even the business plan. There's an outline for that. And then we have the use of funds template as part of your financials, your cash flow projections templates, your budgeted income statement template. And I must indicate that when you make an application to the stock exchange, the entity, the social sector organization that is making the application for this project, that would submit all of this financial and business plan and stuff, you would also be giving us the audited financial statements, the last 3 years audited financial statements of the mother company, the parent social sector organization. Again, as we say, we're seeking to facilitate the development of a fourth sector in a way that it has not developed before, that is going to impact and grow the economy, impact bottom line GDP. So from the very smallest and from the very beginning, we are putting things in place to ensure that the social sector operate in a business-like way. All right. Apart from the projects that I'm talking about that have come to the exchange, to just give you a little context of how our depth, we have had, of course, as everybody knows, the experience of the pandemic that was not planned for. Nobody expected it. And so over the period of the pandemic, we facilitated what we call some special appeal projects. And this visual here speaks to one that we're particularly proud of and happy that we were able to facilitate. The Department of Engineering at UWI-MONA have a department in the Department of Engineering called MONA Tech Engineering Services. And they have the capacity to repair biomedical equipment, such as ventilators. At the start of the pandemic, there was a dire need for ventilators to aid in the recovery measures in the hospitals, public medical facilities. So they approached us and gave us the proposal for a project to seek funding to repair ventilators. So what you're looking at here is a young engineer in the department demonstrating to us how the ventilator operates on an artificial lung. So for this project, they basically wanted 3.8 million dollars to repair the equipment that was there that could be used again. Those equipment, were they not repaired, would actually cost the country, cost the government $37 million. So in this simple flow chart here, you could see where a project like that, a small project like that, we were able to save the country $33.9 million by being able to support a project like this that was able to repair ventilators and put in the system. Again, visuals showing the handover of funding for MONA Tech Engineering Services. So we are very, as I said, that was just speaking to our depth, right? So though we're in the not-for-profit sector or market one, that was meant for social sector organizations that have an established entity called a social sector organization, we were able to pivot quickly and respond even for special projects. And there are others, but I was just highlighting that one. Now, let me just go on to say, part of what enables the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to do what it does, or what I'm explaining to you in terms of helping the capacity development in the sector, is that one of our partner in our ecosystem is the international development agencies. We had dialogue with the International Development Bank. They saw the value of what the JSSE is doing, and they, in partnership with our parent company, with the JSE, were able to give us, donate 420,000 US. JSE, our parent company, donated 490,000 US. And we have a project now for the JSE, which helps us to do what it is that we're doing to build the capacity and to build out the sector. So that's not money to fund projects, right? It is to assist us. So that project was launched during the pandemic. And the name of the project is Innovating Social Sector Financing. Of course, in doing that, we also have to be accountable to the funders. So we have the JSE as the executing agency of the funds, and the project has come with a dedicated project manager. The project receives accountability oversight through a project steering committee. And all of this is speaking to how important the high value we place on accountability, even for the JSSE itself. Yeah. So far, the project has achieved some major milestones, and these are the main areas of activities under the project to enhance the management skills and the sustainability of our social sector organizations. So we're going to have courses that we're designing. Some have been designed already. Technical assistance to include, like I told you already, monitoring and business coaching. We also have been very active in the space doing the advocacy work that is needed for the legislation for phase 2 to come on stream. And the government is well advanced in doing that to present for us, to create for us that legal framework for the SEs. The project also facilitates the capacity of the JSSE itself, the social stock exchange, to build out its own capacity. And as I said earlier, ultimately to help us in the establishment of that equity market for the social sector, which is our Jamaica impact investment market. Who will be the beneficiaries at the end of this particular project? It's a 3-year project, incidentally. Our direct beneficiaries, where our target success index is for 55 social sector organizations to receive customized training, corporate governance training, project management training, etc., and technical support to facilitate us being able to select and list them on the stock exchange. In facilitating these 55 and more, because maybe it's not only 55, but that's the number, I'm sorry. That is our target that must be at the very least impacted by this project. And indirectly, we would expect to impact over 10,000 persons, poor and vulnerable persons, who would be impacted by the actual projects. Okay. Now, if we are talking about the social stock exchange and encouraging you to be an investor in our social economy, there are some desired outcomes that I'd just like to run through here with you. We believe that if there's a mature social finance space, including investments by fund managers of socially responsible funds like patient capital, that will help us to get to that long-term goal that we're after in terms of national outcomes. We believe there will be accelerated socioeconomic progress, which should bring a reversal of the economic disparity and improve also income inequality, which I mentioned earlier. Jamaica suffers from one of the greatest in the area. We believe ultimately, as the market grows and facilitate the sector, there will be reduced dependency on the government of Jamaica. Because in the MSME sector, and specifically in the social sector, there's a high level of participation of women, and maybe it's because of the caring, nurturing nature of women. We believe since we are developing an ecosystem that will facilitate growth from not-for-profit into an equity type of equity accepting business in the social sector, that you're going to see a higher level of participation of women in business as we grow the social sector. Overall, we would expect to see an increase in the level also of participation in the capital market. And this is where the whole idea of economic inclusion comes in, right? Because you're not, I mean, right now, there are a lot of people, as we started out by saying, doing a lot of good, but they're just out there floating, not being a part of what we call, quote unquote, the formal system. So as we facilitate their operation in the social sector, we believe it's also gonna have an impact by bringing participation in the main capital markets. We also expect that there would be greater engagement of our diaspora investing at a higher level in the Jamaican economy through their own desire to do good. I don't have to spell it out here, the level of support that we get from the diaspora on their own initiative to help their family and friends at home. And we believe if we can show through the operation of the social stock exchange the efficient use of your funds that are sent for projects, official projects that we would have accepted and vet, that we will see a higher level of engagement than we're seeing now. Basically, we're inviting your partnership through the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to invest. So you have investment that is in the form of donation, which is where we operate now. And may I just explain that it's not that there's no return on that investment. It's just not a financial return. In this market, what you will get is your social return. And I guess that's our vision 2030, the Jamaica that we all want. So we are committed to measure for you as we go along the impact so that it is going to be a measurable return, but it's not a financial return. And then in the second market, where the possibility will exist, you will be able to receive your return on investment, your financial return, as you do in the main market, junior market. However, the caveat is because it is social and because it is the bottom line is not the profit generation, this is part of what the legislation will speak to. You will find that most of the surplus will go back into keeping the mission, keeping the social sector organization alive. That has to be protected. But it doesn't mean that there won't be surplus sufficient for a return to come to the social investor who invests in a social enterprise. Having said all of that, we have our website is up 24/7, jsscja.com, and you can just click on and have a quick look at. We have currently 3 projects that we are in the market still seeking to be funded. I do not have it here, but it's not on the screen. We have 3 projects. Our Choose Life International project, that's the project that focuses on dealing with the needs that we find that we have at the grassroots level a lot, for people to understand and be able to help themselves in terms of suicide prevention, stress management, conflict resolution at the community level, trauma intervention, and basic counseling skills that are needed for those who are involved in being like community leaders. They call them ambassadors, to facilitate giving people a better quality of life and to prevent self-harm and even the high level of conflict that we have in managing stress and conflict. That project is listed on the exchange. If you go on, you will see it as Choose Life International. We're seeking currently approximately a little under $10 million for that project, and you can make your donation anytime. We have another project that is very, very critical at this time, we think. It is a project called Love Changes Lives. It is at the heart of what we believe is a solution that is needed, which is why we selected the project, needed to get a turn. Some of you might have heard recently this week how many children were stabbed in school by other school children. I know at least one death from stabbing in the school. And this program is a character development program that is ready. The curriculum is ready. The methodology of how they will use, they plan to use like drama, music, and the internet to engage our students at the primary and the secondary school level. That is our Love Changes Life project. They have a need from the market for approximately $17 million. They have phased the project. And in the first phase, we're seeking to raise $5 million from the project. And I know there's somebody under the sound of my voice who could easily get that project funded tomorrow. So you can contact us, jsscja.com, on email or by telephone. And then the last project that we have currently needing to be funded is our project.
Nora?
Yes.
Please wrap up for us. Thanks.
I am. It's my last project. Yes, I'm on my last page. Yes, thank you. The project in Trenchtown, the Jamming Music Institute project, which is centered around a facility they have in Trenchtown, which seeks to use the musical legacy of the community to give opportunity, to create and to develop career opportunities that would divert people from some of the unsavory activities that occurs in our inner cities and open them up to different, more appropriate life opportunities. And you can access the information on these projects at any time. Our website, jsscja.com. We're on social media at JSSE Exchange. And we can be contacted by email, jsse@jamstockex, nora.blake@jamstockex. You can phone our main line at the Stock Exchange, 967-2371, or on mobile, 322-4505.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nora. I learned a great deal, and I definitely plan to get some more information on this and also share through any platforms, because I think the projects that you mentioned are so worthy, and I'm sure we all want to jump on it and get involved. No.
I love your enthusiasm and positivity, Nicole. Thank you
very much. No, with no further ado, I just want to introduce our next and final speaker, Mrs. Denise Marshall. She's a Senior Manager of Bond Equity and Digital Asset Trading. I want to hear about the digital asset part, because we are all in 2022, we all need to learn in this area. So Mrs. Marshall is at VM Wealth Management, and she's gonna talk to us about digital asset trading. So please go ahead, Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall Miller. I don't like when people leave off the Campbell of my name, so my apologies. Mrs. Marshall Miller, you're muted.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much. Let me just get straight into it. Let me say good evening to our CG, Alson, Wilson, and Dr. Marlene Street Forrest. It's indeed a pleasure to be here to participate in the second edition. I was here last year. Very good collaboration between the CG and the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So let me just share my screen quickly to get into the presentation. I promise not to keep you much longer. It has been a really rich evening. A lot of good information shared. Not so sure what is happening. I think the host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, great. I see where I now have access. Nicole, can you tell me if you're seeing my screen?
Not yet. I don't know if anyone else is seeing. I'm not seeing it yet, but I am seeing you. Maybe there's a lag.
Okay, let me go again. And over the years, due to the level of volatility, you found that alternative investments were added. So these alternative investments are private equity, real estate. And the very last that has now joined that list is digital assets has joined that list. Now moving to the next slide. Now, what are digital assets? In a very simple, simplistic way, it's just images, files that have a digital presence that you simply can realize its value. That's simply what it is. It has a digital footprint. Now, there has been, move to the other slide, please. There has been an evolution of digital assets. And this has brought about because of the blockchain technology. I'm sure a lot of persons would have been hearing this name for some time. And what it is, the blockchain technology is a distributed ledger with encryption. So this encryption is converting things that you can read, such as names, account numbers, in a series of numbers, letters, etc. And it's able to be kept safe. And this is controlled by absolutely no one. It's across the World Wide Web. And you're able to package digital assets, give rights, and able to do programs to these digital assets. Now, the trading of digital assets emerged as a result of the blockchain technology. So prior to having the blockchain technology, digital assets, as I stated, was just a file. This particular presentation that I'm doing, saved, is just a digital asset, but the blockchain technology has changed that. Now, what has happened is that it has allowed you to trade security, which are the traditional securities such as bonds and stocks, and digital things on the blockchain technology. So investors are able to achieve fractional ownership. And a perfect example of this is looking at cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin is trading at approximately $44,000 for one unit, but you can buy 1/10 of Bitcoin. So you have that fractional. In addition to that, you are able to buy assets in the form of tokens, and this is tokenization. Moving on to the next slide. So let me tell you a little more what tokenization is. Tokenization simply divides the ownership of an asset. Let us look at a building, for example. Let us look at Empire State Building that is in New York. The owners of Empire State Building can tokenize that particular real estate, and they can in turn sell those tokens. You and I can buy these tokens, and similarly to how a company grows their profit, does well, and as a result, it feeds into the bottom line and feeds into the stock price, it feeds into the value. And you find that the token that you buy appreciates in value, and you're also able to trade it. So a building that has a physical presence of having rental income you can further increase that revenue stream by tokenization. And this, as I noted, is done by the blockchain technology, simply put. So there are several things that can be tokenized. There's absolutely no limit. Antiques, as I said, real estate, commodities such as oil, gold, etc., that can be tokenized. Moving on. Now, a very important digital asset that I just want to spend a couple seconds on, because we're in the business of providing financial education. And I'm pretty sure that persons on these calls some of these persons are entrepreneurs. They might be a musical artist, a painter, whatever, a sculptor, etc. You need to know about non-fungible tokens, NFTs, because you're able to increase your revenue by utilizing non-fungible tokens. Now, the fungible there, if you should replace it with the word replaceable, it reads non-replaceable token. Simply put, you cannot replace it. So if I use the analogy of $100 US, you can give me $250, or you can give me various notes that equates to $100. This cannot be done for NFTs. NFTs are original. What the blockchain technology does is to allow you to affix a signature that confirms that this is the original. It proves that you own this particular asset and the validity of it. And as a result, you're able to trade, you're able to track, and you're able to secure the value. So let us look at Mona Lisa. Everybody knows the expensive Mona Lisa, but there's only one physical, one real Mona Lisa. There are several images across the web, but these are not NFT. If the owner of the original Mona Lisa decides to do an NFT, that signature would be there showing that it's the original Mona Lisa. And as a result, you're able to secure your value. So this is something that entrepreneurs that are in this space, you have seen a lot of persons in both artwork, music, etc., have been using this and building their community. And based on that community, they are able to increase their value and to also increase their revenue. Now, the NFT market cap grew from 41 million in 2018 to 338 million in 2020. And for just the last year alone, into this year, it has grown significantly. Now, for the focus of this presentation, next slide, please, we will focus on securitized token offering. And in a very simple, simplistic way of explaining, it is the same as IPO, as you know it, initial public offering, with the difference that this is regulated, as all IPOs are regulated, but more so that this uses the blockchain technology, and the entire process in bringing a company to market flows on this process. So prior to you getting to that initial offering in which investors come in and buy, the investment banker is working with the regulators, working with the lawyers to put this together. The blockchain plays a role at that back end. And at the point of issuing the token, the blockchain technology is there. Now, the beauty about securitized token offering is that an investment manager can design a token based on the issuer, based on what they're trying to achieve. So, for example, an equity token. An equity token simply aligns an attachment or equity to the company. Now you have commodity token. As you know, commodities such as gold and silver, if you decided to trade these, it would be a challenge for many to buy a barrel of oil or of gold. But by buying the token, the commodity token, you're able to buy fractional. And utility is simply looking at what is the value, what is it that I want to pass on to these investors in participating in this offering. So STOs, as I noted, are regulated offering of securities. Now, it must not be called or mistaken for initial coin offering, ICOs. So at the onset of the whole cryptocurrencies, you had several companies came to market, or fictitious companies came to market that simply didn't have a track record, that simply just had a white paper. And you had a number of these companies raising funds in a matter of minutes. One company raised over 30 million in 60 seconds. No, this was not regulated. So whilst it used the blockchain technology, it was not regulated. So that's the big difference with securitized token offering. It resembles the IPO because these companies that are coming to market have a track record. You're able to project, you're able to analyze, you're able to come up with a value. That was not the case with ICO. Move to the next slide, please. Now, this is just a graphical representation of how the IPO worked. And I essentially spoke to it. The client, as in the customer, buys the token. You're able to trade this token. All of this is recorded on the blockchain. This is updated. The company pays a dividend. You're able to get what is you own based on your dividend simply because of that record that is there on the blockchain that is trusted. Other slide, please. Now, let us just quickly compare an STO with an IPO, and you will see the big difference. So as I noted, the fractional ownership. If you're buying currently with an IPO, it's 1 unit. But as I stated, you can buy fractional amount. In addition to that, it opens or unlocks illiquid assets. And a very common illiquid asset is real estate. Having a real estate that is in an excellent location, but there might be a challenge if you decide to sell because of the cost. But what you can do is to sell tokens or units of that real estate to several buyers instead of selling it to one. So that's what STO does. Automation, simply because of the blockchain technology. And costs, because of the blockchain technology, you will have a significant reduction in terms of your costs. And the beauty about it is that there's continuous access to this market. So this market is a 24/7, 365 days a year that you're able to trade. The next slide, please. Now, this is just showing you when a survey is done for global investors, you're able to attract global investors with STOs. And this is very important because a lot of the times when there is an issue, when there's an IPO, it's within a jurisdiction. Or if it's not an IPO, but it might be the issuance of a bond, it is within a jurisdiction. But with an STO, it's borderless. You're able, someone in Australia is able to invest in this STO that is in Jamaica. You're able to save, in terms of saving of time and efficiency, you're looking at over 75%. You're able to just save significantly across the table. The cost to bring an IPO to market and the cost to bring an STO to market, you're looking at a 50% difference there. So on a whole, you can see the value of the STO. Next slide, please. Now, what does this mean is that our capital markets will be enhanced. So our colleagues spoke about the capital markets yesterday, and having this digital component, it's going to significantly change, because what it means, an individual, a very small organization is able to raise capital much quicker, because that capital requirement or that threshold is reduced. You're able to transact across borders because, as I stated, it's borderless. It's quite easily to invest, and it's very efficient. And what it does, it provides assets to the market, because the market, as in a current state, sometimes lacks assets. But with the tokenization, it provides assets. So you're providing assets, and it gives individuals who have great businesses that are doing well an opportunity to raise capital. So that's just some of the benefits. It's a low barrier to entry to be able to do this. It increases your pool of investors. It increases the pool of issuers. And as I noted, it's borderless. So the capital markets will look somewhat different and resemble the future in terms of where digital assets are going. The other slide. Now, the future of capital markets. IPO is over 400 years old practice. STO brings IPOs to the 21st century with a multitude of benefits for both investors and business owners. Not surprisingly, industry experts predict that STOs will disrupt the IPO market and go as far as saying that it might replaces it. We have a testimony here from a company CEO that says tokenization is just the absolute future. Next slide. Now, digital asset trading adoption, that is taking off significantly. The stats show that 7 in 10 institutional investors expect to buy digital assets for this to be added to their portfolio. They forecast that there will be a continued acceleration in the adoption over the years. And this is quadrupling quite, it's moving at a very fast pace, particularly in the last 3 to 4 years. You're seeing the adoption rates much higher in Asia, 71%, than in Europe and the US. Participation increase in both markets. But however, you're seeing that aggression more on the European side. But albeit to say the adoption is taking place. Our colleague just shared the plans of Link in terms of digital assets, where you're going in terms of trading, cashless society, in terms of what you're able to trade, both resemble the physical and also in the digital form. The other slide. Now, legacy markets have long faced obstruction stemming from limited assets, as I shared with you. The difficulty in transacting across borders, minimum capital requirement. A company looking to raise capital may need X, and they're saying for us to go to market, you need to be looking more. All of this has changed simply because of digital asset trading adoption. You're seeing a strategy, the development of the capital markets for tomorrow looking significantly different. The other slide. So as I stated, digital future promises to enable extreme diversity in the capital markets. It's excellent for businesses that want to raise capital. It gives a level of creativity, not just thinking about going to the stock market only to do an IPO, but doing a private placement, and this private placement can be open to several persons because of tokenization. So that is making a significant change. According to the verified market research, global digital asset management market size are valued at 3.79 billion in 2020 and is projected to reach 13.94 billion by 2028. This is growing at a compound average rate of over 17% for 21, forecast of 21 to 28. Now, well-known custody, Bank of Mellon, New York, has announced the development of digital custody and administration platform for digital assets. This is a clear sign that the preparation for digital assets in terms of custody, because the custody of assets are looking different, or assets are looking different, that needs to be custody, and we have seen the step taken here. Another slide, please. Now, as I noted, digital assets are the future. We looked at the start. I show you where we're coming from in terms of money, in terms of how we invest. Going forward, digital assets is expected to play a significant role. And as a result, the capital markets that bring forth assets to investors, raise capital for businesses, will open to include very small enterprises, simply because of this can be done with the use of the blockchain technology. I thank you, and I'm happy to take whatever questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Denise. That was very, very informative. Listen, I don't think, for a long time I've known I really need to understand what's going on with these digital assets, but every time somebody says NFT, my eyes just glaze over and I feel an instant sense of being entirely confused. And so I have to tell you, I'm so excited that now I understand it. This is the most I've ever understood digital assets. I think you did a phenomenal job of breaking it down. I certainly got the part about the tokens and it being like, you know, smaller than IPOs or like broken up IPO units. So I definitely am getting it. And I'm really looking forward to opportunities to invest as they open up. We have a couple of questions. Will VM Wealth be developing their own blockchain, or will they be using existing blockchain like Binance Smart Chart and Ethereum? Tokenized.
Okay, so Victoria Mutual Wealth Management, which is a part of the Victoria Mutual Group, is an innovative group, an innovative organization, and we understand and know that this is the future. Now, we are prepared to move ahead in terms of being able to be a part of what is happening. At this point in time, we are working with the Jamaica Stock Exchange. The Jamaica Stock Exchange is putting in the infrastructure to be able to offer STOs to the market. We're not fully there yet. The infrastructure is not yet completed. In addition to that, it has to be done in a collaborative approach with our regulators. So we are working with our regulators, the Jamaica Stock Exchange or FSC. We're regulated by the FSC. And to be able to offer this to our clients, what I will say to my listeners is, feel free to reach out to me to have a conversation, get in the know. This is extremely important. And this is where, in terms of the world that is going, and so that you're able to benefit. But I can assure you that being an innovative organization, we are seriously looking at these innovative assets to offer to our clients.
Thank you so much for that. We'll definitely be looking out. So that's the thing. Someone else had that question. How do you get involved? So stay tuned. You're working on putting the infrastructure in place. We have a poll. We have a poll that is going to be launched right now, and we're just asking all participants. Still have over 100 participants. This has been, and we've been going for over almost 4 hours. So that's awesome. Chris Benjamin, are you going to launch the poll right now? Are we going to see when the poll gets launched? In the interim, okay, here we go, poll. So everybody should see a poll on their screen right now. I'm asking if you could just quickly go ahead and answer the questions on the poll. They're very, very quick. Please go ahead and vote. Right, I'm seeing the votes coming in. Thank you so much, everyone. Quickly, Mrs. While everyone is voting, Mrs. I'm so tempted to call you Marshall.
There's Marshall Miller.
Marshall Miller, right. What are the current crypto energy concerns in Jamaica, if any?
The cryptocurrency energy in terms of being able to produce mining of these crypto. That's what you're referring to? You use the word energy, and I know that there's energy consumption in mining, or you're just speaking about what is it that in terms of
mining.
Repeat that for me, Nicole.
It's mining that she's asking about, the current crypto energy concerns as it relates to mining.
Well, as we know, if there is a global concern as it relates to mining, Jamaica does not produce its energy. That is quite expensive for us. So even if there is persons that would like to be crypto miners here, this would not be the ideal location to be doing it. So it's not simply because of its cost, but outside of that, there is the concern and the impact that it has on the global in terms of the environment of mining.
Okay, thank you so much for that. The poll has closed. Thank you very much all for participating in this poll. Really appreciate that. Okay, so we are at the end of our program, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to just take this opportunity to thank you so much to all of our presenters who did an amazing job. The presentations were engaging. I feel like my head is just so full of new knowledge. I feel so alive with opportunity. As a Jamaican, I feel excited. I feel proud. I know that the problems are there and the inflation and all these other things, but I think we'll all agree, based on the experts sharing today, that there is a lot to be excited and hopeful about as it relates to Jamaica, and there is a lot of investment opportunity, both in on the for-profit side, the strict business side, as well as on the social development side. And you know, as a lover of Jamaica, we certainly want to see Jamaica grow and develop, but we want Jamaica to grow and develop in a way that is equitable, where opportunities are spread to across our population. So I really benefited. I know that members of the audience did too. I really want to also thank our Consul General, Lady Alcyon the Great, for really just helping to put this together, to spearhead it, to drive it. I know it's something she's really, really passionate about and has leverage her extensive knowledge in this area, as well as her very wide network to bring this kind of knowledge to any member of the diaspora and Jamaican who wants it, which I think is absolutely incredible. Special thanks to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange subsidiary. I just have to big them up as well. Thank you very much for putting it together. Again, to all our speakers, our specially invited guests, and to you, our audience, and for everybody who is still here. You have been here for 4 hours. And that's really exciting. So thank you for sticking around with us, and thank you for all of your amazing questions and for the energy that you brought. This has definitely been one of the most engaging virtual conferences and conferences that I've personally attended. So thank you very much for everyone who both participated, presented, and made tonight possible. I hope that I'm not forgetting anything or anyone, but I wish you all the very best. I wish you incredible investment opportunities that I'm sure you're all rearing and ready to go. I'm sure we'll get the replay and have the contact info for the next steps that we need to take. So remember to take action based on what you've learned, and let's build Jamaica and make some money at the same time. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, and excellent moderating. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Sure. Thank you, and have a good night.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.